tournament, finishing fourth, which was a fantastic achievement by England, their best performance since 1990. Of course, the USA or Canada, neither of those teams were at the last World Cup, so this has got a very different feel, and add in the fact that we are in Qatar, and, you can really start to appreciate how different this World Cup is going to be from the last one, which was in Russia. One of the biggest differences is the fact that it is so compact. This World Cup is going to take place in just one city, basically. So all the teams are going to be able to stay in their same hotel from start to finish. Last World Cup, it was not that way. There was a lot of moving around. And during the Euros, there was a lot of moving around as well, because the last Euros was actually held all across Europe. So there were games taking place all over Europe, which meant that teams were having to fly from different countries. And that was really causing a lot of disruption for different teams. England were very fortunate. They could be based in England. All of their games took place in England. But teams like Wales really had to put in the air miles as they travelled around. Well, it's not going to be that way this time. This time, all the countries are going to be in Qatar in the same hotel for however long they are going to be in the tournament. And it's exciting. There's so much to talk about, so much to get our teeth into. I think the first thing that I want to do is I want to get the fantasy game out there. I will jump into the chat, but I want to get our fantasy game out there. So you might still have time to join. If you haven't joined already, I would urge that you do. I seriously don't know how much time you've got, so you might need to be quick. But even if you just create a team, get a team in for this week, at least you'll be up and running. So let me put this in the chat, and I will jump into the chat and speak to you guys. If you are joining us, we've started nice and early. The actual game itself is not going to start. First game is going to be Ecuador against Qatar, and we should have the opening ceremony as well, so we should be able to enjoy that. So there's a few things for us to watch today. Only the one game today, but we are back tomorrow. I think we've got, I'll have to double check, about 3 games tomorrow. England tomorrow, USA tomorrow, Wales tomorrow, I think Netherlands tomorrow. So a busy day. So yeah, we've got lots to go through. Right, fantasy game. Fantasy World Cup game. I've put the link in the chat. If you've been on the channel before, you will have seen it before. And that way you can hopefully have already got your team sorted. What I'll do is I'll show you my team quickly to give you some inspiration if you haven't entered a team yet. Here we go, fantasy. Here's my team. So what I've gone for is, I think probably largely what a lot of people will have gone for. I think there's probably a lot of similar players that are being used for this first round. I think Argentina are definitely a team that are worth targeting if you are going to be creating a fantasy team. The reason why I say that is because they've got very good first opponent, a winnable game. So they are taking on KSA, which I think is that South Korea? Let me just double check the fixtures coming up. They've got, as we said, a very winnable game. In fact, all of these that I've selected are very winnable for their opponents. So in defense, I've gone with Dumfries, who is fantastic at getting forwards. Apparently no Memphis Depay for this first game, so Bergwijn for Netherlands in midfield should be playing up front. So he is definitely someone to have on your radar. Trippier, I think England should be able to keep out Iran. Iran don't have much threat going forwards. So a clean sheet is quite likely for England, hence why I've gone with Pickford as well. Pavard, very solid for France, and France's first game is against Australia. Sosa, real cheap defender who should get game time. He's only 3.5 million, so there is not much cheaper options out there, to be honest. He is a really, really cheap option. Then we've got in midfield Olsen, again, a very cheap midfielder, but one that is going to bring value and is definitely worth considering. Might not be like playing very much, but he's definitely someone that you're going to want around your squad. De Bruyne, one of the best, if not the best midfielders at this World Cup. And then up front, I mean, Messi, Martinez, Nunez. I mean, that is some real firepower. So I've made sure that I have got every base covered. You need a strong bench. I've got the likes of Cancelo, Musiala. I've got some real players on the bench that I do expect to make part of my final team. So another little tip for you. By the way, Argentina are playing Saudi Arabia. But another little tip for you. It might be worth putting in players in your 11 that are playing games first. Because what you can do with this fantasy game, which is different to the Premier League fantasy game, is that you can actually change players as the days go by. So if one of your players has played and they've not done very well, say they got sent off, right, and they've got minus points or something, you can actually swap them out for a player that hasn't played yet. So what you want to do is during the World Cup, get into the habit of actually looking at this and then going back and making changes at some point each day. Have a look at the end of each day. Have a look, how have your players done? If a player has done rubbish, click on them like this and then sub them out, basically. Get them out and then put one of your players at the bottom in and get one of those in instead. And then that way you're going to be scoring as many points as possible. So not only do you need a strong bench, not only do you need a good 11, like you need all of these 15 players to be playing so that you've got options, but you also need to be looking each day to make those changes. So just wanted to go through this because I seriously don't know how long you've got left. And I would urge that you do join this game because I promise it will make the World Cup so much more enjoyable. I think you really will get a lot out of it. So yeah, it is definitely worth doing. We did it for the last Euros and we had a lot of fun with it. We did it for the Premier League and people really enjoyed it. And what it does is it just makes some of those games like Netherlands that, I don't know, maybe you're into Netherlands, maybe you're not bothered by Netherlands. Same with Portugal, same with Argentina, same with Denmark, Croatia. Like if you've got players from those teams, all of a sudden those games become a lot more interesting. Those games become really, really interesting, and you definitely want to make sure that you're not missing some of those, or at the very least, checking out the scores. So you'll just be a lot more involved in the World Cup. And yeah, really recommend it. It's something I really enjoy about the World Cup. It wasn't really a thing when I was young. Like, the thing with the World Cup is I've always loved the World Cup because of sticker albums and songs and just things like that. Like, there's a new Three Lions that's come out. You know, It's Coming Home, that song. There's a new version of that that's come out. And I'm sure there's probably loads of unofficial songs as well. I think I saw, is it Speed, YouTuber that, I don't know if he's YouTuber actually. He might be like Twitch or something. I have no idea. But I saw he had a World Cup song out. So there's World Cup songs that are doing the rounds at the moment. And it's good. I've got the buzz. I've got the feeling. I'm into the groove. USA just announced their captain will be Tyler Adams. Is he good? Also, he is the youngest USA captain since 1993. Well, Tyler Adams is the person that was expected to be announced as captain. That captaincy had been passed around a few times, but Tyler Adams is someone that is kind of seen as a natural leader. He is young, but he is a good player. And I think what it does as well is it takes weight off the shoulders of Pulisic. Now, Pulisic has got enough weight on his shoulders. To be honest, he doesn't need the weight of captaincy as well. So Tyler Adams plays for Leeds. He's 23, and he's done really well for Leeds. He's looked really, really good. Plays in midfield. He's a defensive midfielder. He can slip into defense as well, but as we said, he's got that kind of natural leading ability that is a natural captain, is a natural leader. I was actually listening to a podcast for USA Soccer because I was trying to do research into all the different teams that are going to be at this World Cup. And the podcast were just talking about how they really wish they had a settled captain going into the World Cup. They expected it to be Tyler Adams. One of the big advantages for Tyler Adams is that he plays in the Premier League. And, you know, for the USA men's team, I think if you've got anyone that plays in Europe in particular, then I think that they automatically get elevated in people's eyes. It's kind of, you know, no disrespect to the MLS. You know, I'm sure there are great players in the MLS, and this US men's team is made up of plenty of MLS players. People representing the likes of Seattle Sounders, FC Dallas, you know, all of these New York Red Bulls, these sort of teams have got representation. But I think if you play in Europe for the likes of Juventus or for the likes of Leeds or the likes of Chelsea in Pulisic's case, then I think you just naturally automatically get elevated a little bit more in people's eyes because you're doing it in some of the best leagues in the world. And even though Tyler Adams is only 23, he's someone that is very pivotal in the team as that kind of defensive midfield position. He is very much the person. He's a bit like, for England, Declan Rice, you know, and Declan Rice is seen as someone that could be, I think that position is the right position for captain. If you think about that defensive midfield position, it's the kingpin, isn't it? It's the linchpin, it's the pivot. That is the position that really turns defense into attack. That is the point where you make that switch. That is the person as well that's, you know, kind of can communicate with the defenders easily, but can communicate with the midfielders easily as well because they are right there next to both lines. A little bit harder maybe to get to the goalkeeper and the strikers, but to be honest, what do you need to speak to them for? Make saves, score goals. Like, really, that's it. Make saves, score goals. It's the defensive line and the midfield line that you really need to be communicating with, which is why that defensive midfielder is always going to be a good option as a captaincy choice. JS17 said, apparently, Qatar have bribed Ecuador to score a last-minute own goal to win the game. What is your opinion on that? My opinion is I don't know that it's true. There was an allegation that came out regarding it that apparently Ecuador were going to get paid $7.5 million each to throw the game. The person that came out with this information said that he got it from sources close to the countries. And he also added, I hope this isn't true. So I don't know. I mean, look, the allegation is there. They're very serious allegations as well. I think it was in a tweet that he put out. I don't know his name, to be honest, the person that did it. And even if it did, I'm not sure I could pronounce it. It's someone from the Middle East that's kind of whistleblowing. But he said that it had come from sources within the countries that wanted to make it known publicly that this had gone on. How serious it is, I have no idea. I mean, clearly, if it's true, it's very serious, but I mean, without an investigation, who has offered this money? How realistic was this going to happen? You know, I mean, sadly, there is corruption in football, and I think we could all believe that the Qataris would be behind some, but I don't know, to be honest. I really don't. I mean, like, it's one tweet. Do you know what I mean? It's one tweet that's been sent out by someone saying, look, this potentially, not is, but is potentially going on. So, I mean, look, the eyes of the world are going to be on this. And if there's anything untowards, then obviously the world will jump on it and there will be very severe repercussions. So I think that, well, maybe I'm just optimistic, but I'm hoping that the game will be played fairly and the World Cup will not be disgraced with Qatar and Ecuador, you know, having some kind of backroom agreement, which, you know, I think is something that has sadly happened in football before. but I'm not aware of it ever happening on the World Cup stage. So, yeah, I don't know. It would need a full investigation, wouldn't it? Do you know Gareth Bale plays in MLS? What's your opinion on the FIFA president speech? I do know he plays in MLS. I know he's not played a ton in MLS so far, but I think he got a very important goal, which secured a big win for his team. I think they won some sort of cup. He represents Los Angeles FC, and he's obviously been there since leaving Real Madrid. Fantastic player. Still got it, came off the bench, I believe, in that cup game to score the winner. He is so influential, inspirational. I mean, people act like he's in his 40s now. It's like, oh, I bet he's creaking. I bet like his body's starting to fail. He's like 33 years old. He's 33. I mean, it's really not no age. I mean, if Wales were to qualify for the next World Cup, there's an outside chance that he might even be there. I mean, his biggest problem is that like he would need to be playing competitively for the next 4 years. But if he was to stick in MLS and play on a regular basis and fall in love with the MLS and really take to it and shine, and Wales qualify in 4 years' time, like he would be 37? I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility that he could make it. I don't think he does, because I think he's been very vocal in saying that he would quite happily hang it up after this World Cup. I mean, it's been something like 60-odd years since Wales made it to a World Cup. So for them to even be here is an absolutely incredible achievement for Wales. And honestly, I've said a few countries just need to celebrate getting to the World Cup. Like, they shouldn't have really anything in the way of expectations. Just enjoy the journey. Wales absolutely can get out of the group. But even if they don't, this will be seen as a massively, massively successful World Cup for them. Massively successful to get to the group stage for the first time in 60-odd years. Incredible. The FIFA's president comments were something about hypocrisy, weren't they? And about how, like, don't stop acting like you guys are clean and pointing the finger at Qatar and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I feel like there's a bit of truth in there. The only thing I would say, though, is that a lot of the issues that are being raised are current issues. So, you kind of look at, like, the deaths to people that were building the stadiums and things like that, and it's, I mean, this is all recent stuff. It's really dark stuff. It's all stuff that was a concern. It was a concern when Qatar got the bid, and now those concerns have been realised in the years afterwards. So, it's one of them, isn't it? Like, you give Qatar the World Cup, there's loads of concerns at the time. People are worried about loads of different things, and then a load of different things go as people thought they would. And so I think to turn around and say, like, don't criticize because, you're not in a great place to do that. I think that's a bit of a cop-out, to be honest. I think you're sort of avoiding the conversation. You're just sort of trying to move the focus away, muddy the water, which, is something that we see a lot from politicians, actually. This is what politicians do. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, I understand your point here, but what about this? I think it's actually known as whataboutism. That's actually its name. So it's kind of like the focus is over there. Yeah, all right, but what about this? What about your country? What about what's happening there? And it shifts the focus away. So, I mean, certainly, I have no desire to get into the weeds on this. But, yeah, I think there's a point there. There's a point there. There's a point to be made of, like, why are you preaching about the human right to Qatar when, there's so many countries around the world that aren't to that standard. But part of me also thinks, well, we didn't give them the World Cup, did we? So, but to be honest, I've not dug into his comments deep enough to really, like, pull them apart. But, yeah, I think Louis van Gaal has come out and said that he doesn't want to be having this conversation anymore. I just heard on the radio that he said he's done with the political side of it. And I don't know, I've sort of got to agree, to be honest. My feeling on it is that, well, this is a conversation that should have been had since they got the World Cup. But of course, we don't talk about the World Cup every day. So, this is a conversation that should have been there, and that pressure should have been on them all throughout this period. To just kind of rock up and now have the conversation now does feel a little bit too late. And I also agree with Klopp. Klopp said it's not fair to ask all these footballers, who a lot of them are just children, when Qatar got given the World Cup. It's not fair on them to be like asking them their thoughts on Qatar and the human rights and all this kind of stuff, because they played no part in this World Cup being awarded to Qatar. When it was awarded, they were children. And even as young adults now, like, what do they know about what's going on in Qatar? Apparently, like, England have had a conversation and tried to bring people up to speed with some of the things that are going on over there. But they're football players, do you know what I mean? Like, why are we trying to get all political with football players? What are you expecting? What answers are you expecting out of Trent Alexander-Arnold and Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham? Do you know what I mean? So I agree with Klopp. Like, I think the footballers should largely be left out of this. It's not their responsibility. It's FIFA that have to act and answer. And they've responded a few different ways. They've responded by saying that they've changed the voting process. And so, like, it's not the same way as it was before. And then, obviously, these comments came out saying about hypocrisy and all that kind of stuff and a bit of whataboutism. So, few mixed messages, but, yeah, not. I mean, like, my feeling on it is that it's a conversation that it's been raging now for the past couple of weeks. It was quite quiet. It's always been there, but it's been really intense now that the focus is fully on the World Cup. But now the World Cup's about to start. Like, I think we should just turn our attention to the football, to be honest. Kenny versus Will Ospreay has been made for Wrestle Kingdom 17. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Easy99 said, I just want to enjoy the World Cup for football. Despite the controversies, the fans need to respect culture and laws over there. Willow said, my favourite World Cup was in South Africa. That was fun. South Africa was good. So yeah, that was a fun World Cup. I don't know my favourite. I think I got asked about it the other day, and to be honest, I think it's France 98. I think there's just something special about your first World Cup. When you actually watch a World Cup from start to finish and you take in all of the games and you really get lost in the excitement of it all, I feel like that's my favourite. To be honest, this one, it's going to be hard for this one to be a favourite, because even though we're going to watch so many games, I think like the Qatar stuff is, a bit, it's clearly a downer with all the human rights stuff that's over there. I don't know what the football's going to be like in the heat. I mean, it really could be that the heat just saps all the energy out of the teams, and actually games could die a death in the second half. It really could be that some of the action is not that great. I feel like the stadiums are air-conditioned and they're doing their best to make it as comfortable as possible. But obviously we don't know that in practice. Haven't seen what it looks like yet in practice. Hence why today's game is so interesting, because we get to watch Qatar, the host nation. Host nations tend to do fairly well. They tend to at least get out the group. Qatar are not expected to get out of the group, but it's just going to be interesting. I mean, I think there's like 2 million people that live in Qatar, but only about 300,000 civilians. So, like, they have, we were talking about this last night, they've been engaged in this massive push to try and get players. And they actually screened like 3.5 million boys around the world, young boys, that if they showed promise, they would bring them over to their academy. And obviously, if you live in Qatar for a while, then you can have citizenship. And so there's quite a few players in their team that were not born in Qatar. And so this is a way that they are trying to improve. It's all legal. They haven't done anything wrong. If anything, it's flipping genius to go around the world, get the best young talent, bring them over and make them citizens. You don't tend to see national teams doing that, because a lot of the big nations have got enough of a talent pool to pick from already. But yeah, really interesting. I'm very excited about Carvajal, the Liverpool midfielder who just turned his back on Portugal. He has represented England at a younger level. And after this World Cup, we could be seeing him coming into the England lineup. And that is very exciting for England fans, just talking about nationality and citizenship and all that kind of stuff. It might be happening with England. England may be picking up a Portuguese player after the World Cup who, as I said, is eligible to actually represent England and did up until the under-21 age and then decided to go to Portugal. But just before this World Cup started, I think because he didn't make the team, has actually now turned his back on Portugal and so could be coming back to England. And he's a very, very promising young player. So it's a conversation. You know, you think about Podolski, who was a Polish-born footballer that represented Germany. Like, it happens. It happens all the time. But Qatar have took it to the next level and actually gone out and found all this young talent and everything. So that's going to be an interesting aspect of today's game. Ecuador are going to be interesting to watch as well because they play at a very high altitude when they're at home. And actually, when they're away, they do rubbish. So watching them trying to compete in Qatar against Qatar is going to be very interesting. They're very good in transition. They're strong. They're fast. There's a lot to like about Ecuador, actually. They could be the team that go through second in this group. Senegal are the team that are expected to qualify, but they've lost Mane. I still feel that Senegal, even without Mane, should have enough. But Ecuador are right up there. I think Ecuador, if they can get a result today, will be feeling quite good about their chances of progressing. This is a big game, actually. There's no little games when it comes to the World Cup, but this is a big game in this group because if Senegal do slip up, and I think a lot of us expect them to lose to Netherlands, then the winner here will, after the first round of games, find themselves being in second place or potentially even first. So Qatar, Ecuador, then someone here needs to get a win. If it's a draw, that's not going to really help either side. Someone needs to win this game. So that just gives you a bit more of a context, a bit more of a flavour as to what we're going to be watching. It's not the most exciting opening in the world, but there's still some intrigue there. There's still some intrigue. There's still some stuff to keep an eye on. But more than likely, the two teams to come out of this group will be Netherlands and Senegal. Do you think the World Cup curse can happen? On paper, France look like favourites. Yeah, I mean, I suppose what we need to do is just have a look at the bracket. Now, I've managed to find the world's most boring bracket. It puts me to sleep just looking at it, but it fits on screen. It's got all the information we need. If I can find a more visually engaging bracket, then I will get it. But I mean, look at this. It looks like a flipping spreadsheet. But these are all the different groups. What I really liked about this was not only has it got all the groups, but you can clearly see the winner of Group A plays the runner-up of Group B. They then go forward to play the winner of Group C versus the runner-up of Group D. It gives you a very clean and clear path as to how we're going to get to the World Cup final. So, looking at the groups, I mean, obviously, it's hard to not just lean towards the favourites, but I think we've got to be very honest in saying that the favourites are not going to go through in all of the groups. It's easy to sit here and go, right, Senegal, Netherlands, they'll go through. England and USA. I feel like USA are probably favourites just ahead of Wales. So England and USA in Group B. Then you've got Argentina and I think Poland. Mexico are actually not that great at the moment. So I think Argentina and Poland. Then you've got France and Denmark. Denmark finishing in the semi-final of the Euros. A lot of people thought they should have got to the final instead of England. Australia, not that great. Tunisia, not that great. Then you've got Spain, Germany. But Japan are going to be a problem. Japan are a decent little side. Then you've got Belgium and Croatia. Croatia actually in the World Cup final last time around. So France beat Croatia in the final. Croatia, not as good as that team. They're an aging side. Some of the talent that's coming through is not as strong, but should they have enough to get past Canada? I think so. Should they have enough to get past Morocco? Yes. So Canada, I mean, look, I would love Canada to get through that group. I really would. And I think they've got some good players. It is going to be all eyes on November 27th when Canada play Croatia. That game could be massive. That game really could decide who is going to progress out of that group. It's a little bit like the USA-Wales game, Croatia versus Canada. I think Croatia's going to get the nod, but Canada could do it. Then we've got Brazil obviously going through. And I think, honestly, it's another close one between Serbia and Switzerland. Cameroon don't stand a chance. But Serbia and Switzerland, it'll be one of those sides. And then you've got Portugal and Uruguay, I would imagine. Ghana are the lowest ranked team at this World Cup. South Korea are not bad. They're all right. I could see them causing a bit of a problem, but I just think Uruguay, they're too strong. I mean, they've got some real players like Darwin Núñez up front, for example. Yes, they've got some real players in that team. So I think you could easily look at that and do that, but surely there's going to be an upset somewhere. I really don't think all of those sides, I really don't think it's going to be that easy and all of those sides are going to go through. There's going to be a banana skin somewhere. Will it be France? I don't think France have got the group for it to be a banana skin. I mean, they can't go out to the likes of Tunisia and Australia. I mean, no offense to Australia, but I think even the Australians aren't expecting to get a result against France. So that's the kind of game France would have to lose or draw. I mean, I can't see it. And Denmark, yes. I mean, there's every chance that Denmark tops that group. Every chance. Denmark has beaten France very recently. I want to say in qualifying. But, yeah, they've beaten France. So that would not be out of the realms of possibility. So could France finish second? Yes. Do I think they finish third or fourth? No, I think they get through. What I'm quite optimistic about is the idea that England top the group. They then play Senegal. Then in the next round, they would end up facing the winners of Group C. And no, they would face, if England top the group, they'll be over here, top right. They will face the winners of Group D or the runners-up of C. So need to make sure Argentina don't finish second in their group. But let's say that is Poland. And let's say that France do finish second, and they really could do, then England's path will be Senegal and then the winner of Denmark or Poland. I mean, honestly, as an England fan, you would take that all day long. You would have to take that all day long. Denmark, great side. And it would be a real tricky game for England, but it's a game England would go into with confidence. Certainly, I'd rather that than France. So it's in my interest. That's all eyes on that group because England fans need France finishing second, need France to finish second because all of a sudden it just blows England's path to the semi-final wide open. And then, obviously, if we get to the semi-final, I think it looks likely that I'm sure it'd be like Portugal. So England, to get to a World Cup final, might, if things go well, have to play Senegal, Denmark, Portugal. I mean, what more can you ask for? Do you know what I mean? No France, no Brazil, no Argentina, no Spain. Like, this draw could be very kind for England. Very kind. It could also be a flipping nightmare. Because, like, Netherlands could finish second in their group, so we could get them. Then it could be France. And then, God only knows. I mean, Portugal are not going to be easy by any means. But, yeah, it's a very interesting World Cup. Moldy says, come on, Wales. People always underestimate us because of how we look. But if people watch us play, they would know that we can beat most teams. We're always underdogs, and I love it when we shock people. Yeah, I mean, you are a banana skin. You're a definite banana skin for England, and I'm very pleased that England are going to be facing you guys last, because that is, I think back to the Euros when England were put in the same group as Scotland, and look what happened there. It was a 0-0 draw. We managed to get a 1-0 win over Croatia. We got a 1-0 win over... Who did we play first? Can't remember who we played first. Czech Republic, maybe? 1-0 win over Czech Republic. 1-0 win over Croatia. 0-0 with Scotland. I mean, the home nations just frustrate us. Like, they find an extra gear. So, yeah, I mean, on their day, Wales have definitely got the ability to shock anyone. But... I think we have to be honest in saying that it would just be very impressive for Wales to get out of the group. Like, if Wales can get out of the group, I think the Welsh fans would lose their minds. I mean, I don't even think they'd care who they play next. It would just be get out the group. Get out the group. And honestly, Wales against Netherlands, I mean, you could frustrate them. The thing with the knockout rounds, keep it tight, gets penalties. Do you know what I mean? Just keep it tight, 0-0, go through extra time, get to penalties. Just see if you can do it on penalties. It's really anyone's guess when it comes to that. I mean, anyone can miss when it comes to penalties. So, yeah, just get out the group, and that would be the same for the USA as well. Baka said, on paper, Ecuador will bully Qatar. Yeah, I've got the odds, actually, for this game, and... the odds are really interesting because the odds are... Let's have a look. So the odds for this game, Qatar are plus 265. What that means is that if you put $100 down and Qatar win, you would get $265 back. Ecuador are plus 132. So if you put $100 down, Ecuador, you would get $132 back. So... shows, doesn't it, that basically Qatar are not favoured here at all. It is more likely that Ecuador will pick up the win. They are the better sides. The draw, which is kind of what I'm leaning towards, is plus 210. So I think the plus 210 for the draw isn't too bad. I mean, you can start getting into prop bets, things like first goal scorer, most corners. I did listen to someone, actually, who was from a bookies. They said that in the past 5 games, Ecuador have 70% of the time had 5 corners or more. And in the past 5 games, Qatar have had 60% of those games have been 5 corners or more. So they said that the bet they were looking at was that there would be 5 corners or more for one of the teams. Because both are over 50% in their last 5 games for getting 5 corners or more. I can't remember what he said. I mean, like, it's crazy, isn't it, that you can do that. It's not even about who wins or who scores first. You can even bet on how many corners there's going to be, how many throw-ins there's going to be. Like, you can find lines for absolutely anything. But, yeah, they were saying that that one of the teams getting 5 corners or more, that's the bet they were looking at. But with this one, as we said, Ecuador are favourites. They are coming in at plus 135 and Qatar at plus 265. Do you know any of the players in the teams? If so, educate me on them. Well, I mean, obviously, Concedo, who plays for Brighton, he was brought in as a defensive midfielder for Brighton. He plays for Ecuador. He really is regarded as a very, very special talent. He is someone that the big clubs in the Premier League have been looking at. He is a great player. The other one that I'm hearing a lot of buzz around, and I've not had a chance to watch him play, I'm really looking forward to watching him play, actually, is Plata for Ecuador as well. They're saying that his value could go up to like the 50 million mark after this World Cup. Currently, he plays for Real Valladolid in Spain. He's 22 years old. Fearsomely strong left-footed winger who cuts in from the right, was chosen as the third best player in the 2019 Under-20 World Cup. The third best player at the Under-20 World Cup back in 2019. He is an effective impact sub. So he is someone that has got great potential, great promise. But in order to get into the team, he was going to have to get past Mina from Lyon. He is someone that has pretty much got that position locked down. He's got loads of experience. He's 34 years old, but they could look to rotate both of those. And Plata could absolutely start some games. So he is definitely someone to keep an eye on. Casado is someone to keep an eye on. Valencia over on the left-hand side, he is also a big player. He is playing for Fenerbahce in Turkey. He is now Ecuador's all-time leading goal scorer. And he is... he got all of the goals at the 2014 World Cup for Ecuador. He is someone that scored all of their goals. So his experience, he's 33 years old. There's some real experience in here. You've got to remember, this is Qatar's first World Cup. First World Cup they've actually got to, and they've only got there as the host nations. This Ecuador side have got some real experience in there, some older heads in there as well. And that's going to help them out. So, yeah, I really like parts of the attacking line of Ecuador and Concedo in particular in the middle of the park. In regards to Qatar, they've got a couple of very interesting strikers. Their strikers seem to really grab a lot of the attention. So, Ali and Afif. Ali is the star striker. He was the top scorer in the 2019 Asian Cup. Qatar are the winners of the 2019 Asian Cup. It was stunning. It's one of the biggest upsets. They actually beat Japan in the final. So they are not a team to overlook because, as we said, they've gone out. They've managed to scout 3.5 million boys, took the best of that, put them into a $1 billion training facility. And not only that, but because of the way that the Qatari system works, this team have actually been training and working together for months. A lot of the other teams at this World Cup, they have only had like a week together, whereas this Qatari team have had months together. And I can't remember who it was that spoke about it, but I don't know if it was Bearhalter who came out and said that this Qatari team is more like a club team. They're more like a club. They a lot of them play for Al-Saad, which is one of the big Qatari sides. So a lot of them, even when they're playing club football, play together. A lot of them came through that Aspire Academy at the same time, so they know each other that way. And they've been training as a country for months as well. They've been having friendlies against the likes of Lazio, which I think they drew 0-0. They did play a friendly against Canada recently. They lost 2-0. Like, let's not blow this out of proportion. This team, even though they've got a lot of very impressive things going for them, they are still a team that even if they can just get a win at this World Cup, it would be a huge achievement. That win is most likely to come today. It's most likely to come today. But yeah, their attacking line, Afif and Ali, those are two to keep an eye on. As we said, Afif was the fantastic player. He is someone that really makes them tick. He is their creative forwards. He's only 25 years old. He plays for Al-Saad, and he likes to roam across the front line. His partnership with Ali is crucial. If they're going to get a goal, it's going to be the partnership of those two up front that's going to really contribute to it. Because, to be honest, Qatar tend to really keep things quite tight. They are very possession-based. Xavi actually used to train in Qatar. So that kind of tiki-taka Spanish style has kind of found its way over to Qatar. But the problem is, all of this is still very recent. And so they've not really had enough time to develop. The 2019 Asian Cup win was well ahead of schedule, well ahead. And I don't think they've necessarily grown since then. I don't think they've necessarily kicked on since then. But Qatar are a very interesting side. Their recent friendlies, as we said, they beat Canada 2-0. No, they lost Canada 2-0. They drew with Chile 2-2. So those are their two most recent results. I think they drew with Lazio 0-0 not too long ago as well. Chelsea are interested in Ronaldo. Good. They can have him. Easy99 said, in football, anything can happen in this World Cup. I could see a big upset. It depends how players play on the pitch. I want underdogs to go further. Ace said, is Ireland at the World Cup? Sadly not. No Northern Ireland or Republic of Ireland. No Scotland either, unfortunately. From these Isles, it's just Wales and England. It's hard. It's really hard. It's really hard for Irish teams, for Scotland, for I mean, as we said, Scotland, I don't believe, have been at a World Cup since 1998. So I don't think they've managed to make it since then. Wales had not made it to a World Cup for 60 years. Actually, Republic of Ireland have had some of the best representation in recent times from these Isles. Northern Ireland, I have not got a clue. Actually, that might be a fun thing to just have a quick search for. Northern Ireland World Cup. Have they ever made a World Cup? Northern Ireland has competed in 3 World Cups, reaching the quarter-final stage. Damn, I didn't know this. Damn, that's impressive. When did they do this? I'm guessing it was a while ago. Coaching history, playing squads, top scorers, World Cups. Here we go. So they got to the quarterfinals in 1958. That's why I didn't know about it. So Northern Ireland got to the quarterfinals 1958. They didn't then qualify until 1982 when they went out in the second group stage. And then 1986, they went out into the group stage, and they have not qualified since. So Scotland have not been there since 98. Northern Ireland have not been there since 86. Wales had not been there for 60 years. And the Republic of Ireland, they're not that long ago. They're not that long ago. We've seen Republic of Ireland at the World Cup in recent times, 2002. So the Republic of Ireland have appeared at World Cup 3 times, 1990, 94, and 2002. It's actually longer than I thought. It's been 20 years. So it's been 20 years since the Republic of Ireland have made it to the World Cup. But I remember watching them, so it doesn't feel that long ago, to be honest. But 20 years for the Republic. So, yeah, sadly, not enough to get to this World Cup. Wrestle with Andy, hello, said, I haven't heard any It's Coming Home of the World Cup build. What happened to it? To be honest, the World Cup's just snuck up on everyone, hasn't it? So it's sort of like we were watching Premier League football last week, and now, boom, here we are at a World Cup. So we've been robbed of that build. The build for the World Cup has kind of been stolen away from us. I think once the competition gets going, and certainly once England start looking like they've got a bit of form, I think the problem with England is that when you looked at their performance in the summer, it was atrocious. And so I think a lot of that excitement and that enthusiasm has just dampened down a bit. And so I think that if we can get like a good performance, like if we get 3 goals against Iran, we look quite good. We could have scored more. All of a sudden, then you'll start hearing it, and it'll start building up. I mean, what I will say about it is, it's become sadly a bit of a controversial song, which I think is a real shame, because it's not really. I mean, it's not meant to be like a controversial song. It's controversial because people see it as being like very arrogant and whatever, and I can definitely understand why people would say that, but I don't see it as any different as like USA fans saying USA are going to win. USA are going to win. USA number one, cheering for their team. And England just basically saying that. It's coming home. England are going to do it. Like England expects. And it's nothing more than that. But it's just a shame how, like, you know, it kind of gets, I don't know. There was a whole conversation around it during the Euros, like, should it even be played anymore and all this, and you just, oh man, it's upsetting to hear that, to be honest, because I love it. I think it's a fantastic song, and they've just re-released it. They've re-released it for Christmas, and so for this World Cup, I actually watched for the first time the video earlier today. I think the video is brilliant. The song itself is, you know, it's been reworked, and clearly it's always going to be inferior to the original. But there's some nice little mentions of the women winning the tournament earlier this year, the Euros earlier this year. So, yeah, that's good. That's cool. So there's some nice little updated bits, but yeah, you'll hear it. It'll start up. It'll rear its head once this tournament gets going. But I just think that it's a case that, like, the tournament has really snuck up on the world. It's one of them, isn't it? We haven't had the months and months of build. Can you give us your prediction insight in each group? I just did it. If you rewind the stream a little bit, you'll see that we had the bracket up. We go through each group. We talk about what teams are. I mean, I can't really give you anything. I can give you some teams to keep an eye on that are potential surprises, potential banana skins. But to be honest, if you know football, then you're going to know these teams anyway. Like, for example, Denmark. I think a lot of these streams, I'm always going to be presuming that I'm talking to maybe a lot of Americans that aren't into football but are watching because the USA are there, you know? So there's going to be a lot of people that maybe just don't know, like, these teams and really don't know anything about the World Cup. So a lot of the stuff is going to be super obvious, and it's stuff that you guys should share your knowledge in the chat with as well. Because I think there will be, hopefully, a fair few people in our community that haven't been watching football that do join us. And I'm really hoping that that's what we're going to see and that people really get involved. I mean, it'd be great if everyone was, like, buzzing about this World Cup because it's the best tournament in the world. I love it. It's absolutely fantastic. But teams to keep an eye on that could be potential banana skins. So in Group A, I would say all of them, to be honest, which is a bit of a cop-out. But Qatar could be a banana skin because they are the host nation. Ecuador could be a banana skin because they've got some decent players. And they really have got some exciting young talent coming through. They're strong, they're fast, they're good in transitions. They are a team. The only downside, I'd say, with Ecuador is that they do play at altitude. So when they are playing away from home, which obviously Qatar is, they struggle. And so we might see some struggles for them in this tournament against the better teams, which is why Senegal and Netherlands are expected to go through. So Senegal and Netherlands in that first group are the two sides expected, but Qatar could definitely get that home support, and Ecuador have got some decent players. In Group 3, again, another flipping cop-out. Any team can go through here. Iran have actually got Carlos Queiroz, who is a good coach, who is going to have their team well-drilled. He is going to make sure that they are defensively solid, and he is going to make sure that they are going to be very, very tricky to break down. For example, Iran's most recent results, they beat Uruguay 1-0, and they drew 1-1 with Senegal. So if we are saying that Senegal, who just won the African Cup, are this fantastic side that, we think are going to get out the group, well, Iran drew with them. Like, it was no problem for Iran to get a draw in that game. So that kind of puts things into perspective in regards to Iran. I feel like a lot of people are looking past Iran because they don't know Iran, which is totally understandable. I also did not know Iran, but when you actually look into it, Iran are not a bad side at all. Very, very well organized team. They have a mid to low block, and they're very, very quick on counters. They don't possess tons of star power, but it's not about that. It's about how you perform as a team. And they have got a very experienced manager in Carlos Queiroz, who was the assistant manager at Manchester United under Sir Alex Ferguson for a time. So, I mean, he is bringing a wealth of knowledge. And this is going to be tricky. Like, Iran are not going to be easy. I've heard a few predictions. People thinking England may get a 1-0 win. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if England start this campaign with a flipping draw against Iran. Breaking down Iran is going to be very hard to do. Add in the fact you've got USA, who I think are, I think they're the second highest ranked team in this group. And they obviously have made big improvements over the last 4 years. USA are looking very interesting. They've got some decent players. I really like McKinney in midfield. Obviously, Pulisic looking like if he is on form, he could be a problem up front. They've got some talent all over the pitch, USA. They've also got weaknesses all over the pitch. I would say in particular their centre-backs are not strong enough. USA centre-backs, I think, both play in the MLS. So that's a problem. And their biggest problem is they do not have a number 9. They do not have a striker. But this is what I'm saying. If Pulisic is going to be on form, then I don't know how much of a problem that's going to be. But Pulisic is absolutely key up front for the USA. But yeah, McKennie in midfield. Adams, good player as well. As we said, plays in Europe. Dest, he's a fullback, really, really good player. Plays at Milan. He can play on the left or the right. He joined from Barcelona, and he is someone that's a tricky little player. Only 22 as well, young. So USA could be a problem. And then, of course, Wales. I mean, for England, they're going to be a big problem. I think that the two teams that get through will be England and USA, but you cannot rule out Wales. They are going to be bang up for this. Bang up for this. Argentina, Mexico, Poland, those would be the teams to keep an eye on in Group C. As we said, Denmark, I think, are a team that a lot of people probably don't give enough respect to in Group D. Japan are a team that don't get enough respect in Group E. Japan are a team that constantly get in and around the final of the Asian Cup. And I know that the World Cup is levels above the Asian Cup, but Japan have got some players. They are dangerous underdogs. They cannot be underestimated. They have got quick passing. They've got hard running. They've got some decent players in that side as well. And they are absolutely a team that can cause problems for the likes of Germany, Spain, and certainly Costa Rica. If we look in Group F, then we've already spoke about Canada and Croatia and how critical that game's going to be. Serbia and Switzerland, it is the flip of a coin as to who gets through that. Switzerland knocked France out of the Euros. Serbia have got some fantastic players. So Serbia and Switzerland, Group G. And then in Group H, Ghana are not going to be an issue at all. South Korea could pose a problem, but I feel pretty good about Portugal and Uruguay making it through that group. So I would say the team that people are expecting to provide the biggest kind of upset, if you will, maybe Denmark. Denmark seem to be the team on a lot of people's lips. Denmark are really pulling up trees at the moment. They seem to have actually kicked on since the Euros. They seem to be in a very decent place. Their recent results, they beat France in September. That was in the Nations League. So Dolberg and Olsen both getting goals in that game. And when you actually look at the French team, it's incredible. They had the likes of Saliba, they had Upamecano, they had Chouamini, they had Camavinga, they had Pavard, they had Griezmann, they had Mbappe, they had Giroud. They had all of this amazing talent. Not the strongest French team. They could have been even stronger. It is true. Like, they could have had Benzema and all of that, but of course they won't have Benzema at this World Cup. But Denmark was still able to beat that French side 2-0. And that was back in September. That was not that long ago. They've also got wins over the likes of Austria. They've got they beat France back in June as well. They beat them 2-1. So and that was when Benzema was playing. They beat Serbia, who we were singing praises of, 3-0. They did lose to Scotland, though. It is worth mentioning that they have got a loss to Scotland recently, but they have done well. They've done well since the Euros, and they are very much a side that I think a lot of people have got their eyes on. So, yeah, Denmark are a team to keep an eye on. Iran are ranked 20th in the world. Yep. They're good. I mean, I think when the draw, because I think we live streamed the draw when this World Cup group was made, and England's group, USA's group, is the toughest group. If you was to add all of the FIFA rankings together, every team in this group is top 20. Every team. I don't think there's another group at the World Cup where every team is top 20. There's normally at least one team that's easy, and the easy team in this group is Iran. But as I've just said, they are so well organised. They are going to be a problem. They are going to be an issue for England. Uruguay are very underrated, said Dodger Boy. That's true. Yeah, Uruguay have got some fantastic players. As we said, up front in particular, they have got Núñez, who recently signed with Liverpool and is really starting to show some good form now. Really starting to show why they dropped so much money on him. He is a fantastic player. Obviously, they got Suarez as well. And in midfield, they may possess one of the best midfielders in the world in Valverde. Plays for Real Madrid. I think if you was to talk about the best players in the world right now, I think Valverde would be in the conversation. He is in midfield for Uruguay. And as we said, up front, they have got the likes of Núñez. They've got the likes of Cavani, if they need to turn that way. They've got Suarez. They've also got Pellistri, who plays for Manchester United, but I don't think is actually yet to appear. But Pellistri is someone that still gets around this Uruguay side and is in contention. So he might even be starting games for Uruguay. So that'll be interesting. Can't get in the Man United side, but can get into this Uruguay side. But yeah, I mean, look, they've got talent all over the pitch. They're very, very strong. And this is going to be a very interesting World Cup for them because I do expect them to get through the group, but Canada is going to be very, very tricky. Alex, hello. Hope you are well. Where is USA ranked? I believe they're 14th in the world. Adam said the 2026 World Cup is in USA, Mexico, and Canada, and it is going to be a 48-team tournament. Yeah, the World Cup does expand. It does grow. Not sure. To be honest, I feel like it's an improvement. A lot of people will say that it will just devalue the World Cup and that it will make the World Cup less interesting because you're going to have more boring games. But I just think that the worst pain is not being at the World Cup. Like, Italy are not at this World Cup. And that, honestly, England not qualifying in 94 and not qualifying for Euro 2008. Euro 2008 in particular, there's nothing worse. There is nothing worse than not qualifying. It is the worst feeling because all of this you just don't feel as connected with. And, I mean, here we are. We can talk about USA, we can talk about Canada, we can talk about England, we can talk about their chances, we can draft their players into our dream teams, we can dream about them getting the results, we can look forward to the games, we can buy the shirts, we can listen to the songs, we can speculate, all of that, sticker albums and game guides and articles and, just radio conversations. It's all part of the World Cup. It's all part of the World Cup. It's all part of the excitement. So I've seen England go out in finals. I've seen them go out in semi-finals. I've seen them go out in quarterfinals. The worst pain is not qualifying at all. Definitely. Definitely. So I think expanding the World Cup to 48 teams means that less countries have to experience that pain. The very, very worst nations, of course, won't make it. But it makes it more achievable now for those nations. You know, there's a load of nations like Scotland, for example. Does this throw them a lifeline? You know, it certainly increases the chances of them getting there. Same with like Northern Ireland. Like those countries can dare to dream again, you know, about getting to a World Cup and actually being there. And less countries will feel the pain now of not qualifying. So I'm actually for it. I'm for it. No one says you have to watch every game at the World Cup. No one says you have to do that. So, yeah, sure, there might be more low-quality teams, low-quality games. But, you know, the best teams will soon qualify, get through. And listen, if you don't want to watch the early rounds, don't watch it. No one's making you. I joined the fantasy game. Good. Mr. Meme said, what is your prediction for the final? Prediction for the final, I am leaning towards England versus Brazil. England versus Brazil, with Brazil winning. That's my prediction. England versus Brazil. I think the dream final that people want is Portugal versus Argentina. But yeah, I am going to go with England. I'm going to say they're going to do it. I'm going to say they're going to hit form. They have shown themselves to be a tournament team. They're the fifth favourites. And what you need to take into account is that I think I'm right in saying that we're the fifth favourites, and I think three of the nations ahead of us are on the other side of the bracket, potentially. If things go the way that is expected, three countries go that side. England and France go that side. Now, if France don't top their group and Denmark top the group, which is very realistic because France have lost to Denmark twice, right? So it is when they face each other, there is a chance that Denmark actually win that game. Certainly get a draw, get something from it, right? I think, and obviously the winner's curse, I think France have shown themselves to not be the cohesive unit that they need to be at times. I think there is a very real argument, very real conversation to say that France finished second in their group. If that happens and England win their group, we spoke about it earlier, they will face Senegal, who I think without Mane, England should get past. Then it would not be France. It would most likely be Denmark, which would be a tough game, horrible game, hard game. But I do think England should have enough to get past Denmark. I do think we should be able to get past Denmark. It would be hard, but we are fifth favourites at this tournament. And I think as an England fan and England fans, we need to have confidence that, you know, if we go toe-to-toe with a team like Denmark, then we should be able to progress. Without even necessarily trying too hard, we're into a semi-final. Like, we're in the semi-final now, right? So we could absolutely fall at that stage because I think it looks like it could be Portugal. And we could absolutely fall at that stage. Just got to hope that all of that learning that England have done, being at a semi-final 4 years ago, reaching a final of the Euros, just got to hope that this would be the time that we take that step. And that we take that step and we get through to a World Cup final. If we do, we're losing, right? We are not beating Argentina. We are not beating Brazil. I have not lost my mind, right? I think that I think we could get past Denmark. I think Portugal would be horrific. Ronaldo is not the force that he was, but Portugal have still got a fantastic side. But England have got a fantastic... We're talking about Saka, Foden, Kane, Rice, Bellingham. Like, yeah, our defence is made of flipping wafers. But Portugal are not without their flaws as well. So that's why I'm saying, like, toe to toe, we would stand a chance. We would stand a good chance of getting past Portugal. We are higher up in the favourites compared to Portugal. So a little bit of optimism, a little bit of dreaming, but hopefully I've explained why it's not completely out of the realms of possibility that we could see England make it through to a World Cup final, where they would play most likely either Argentina or Brazil. And I think at that point, England go home and that's it. So another crushing, heartbreaking final loss. But there's every chance they go out to, say, Portugal in the semis. They could even go out to Denmark, certainly France in the quarters. I think if you used to ask a lot of people, they would say England go out in the quarterfinals. I think people in England are expecting quarterfinals and for us to go out to France. But I really think there's a chance that we do not go out to France. I think there's a really good chance that we don't even play France and that France actually finish second in their group. What's really interesting, though, is that this kind of thinking means that when you're looking at other games that don't involve USA, Canada, England, blah, 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 yeah, the team that you support, there's things to keep an eye on. Like, it is so important where France finish in their group. So important. And we need to know who's winning or finishing second in Group A, because whoever wins or finishes second in Group B, England's group, USA's group, Wales's group, that's who we play. So we need to know how Group A finishes. So that is definitely something worth keeping an eye on as well. Cal W, shout out to you, said, do you actually think we can make it far? Yes. I would be very disappointed if we don't at least get to the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals is where we are expected to then play France. If everything goes the way people expect, then England should have enough to get out of this group. Next round, it would be Senegal. That would be tricky, but they've just lost their best player in Sadio Mane. So Sadio Mane out of the equation now. That means, as we said, England would then play France or potentially Denmark. Again, if things go as expected. Things usually don't go as expected. And honestly, I seriously can see that game being England and Denmark. I seriously could see England-Denmark. And England then would go into that game, most likely, as favourites, as being the ones that people would expect to get through. So, yeah, I do think that quarterfinals is what a lot of the pundits here in the UK are looking at. Some have got them going to the semi-finals as well. And don't forget, even if we play France, they've just lost Benzema, who is the best player in the world. He won the Ballon d'Or, so he's out now. I mean, France, even without Benzema, have probably still got too much for us. But, man, I've seen so many bad French performances. I mean, a lot of people see, like, France and, like, poop themselves because it's France. But if you actually sit and look at France and you actually look at how they are doing, if you have a look at, like, some of their recent results. So France lost to Denmark 2-0. They lost to Croatia 1-1. They drew to Austria 1-1. They drew to Croatia. Well, I'm not just nitpicking these. I will read you that these are France's last 6 results, right? No cherry picking. These are the last 6 games France played. Lost to Denmark 2-0. Beat Austria 2-0. Lost to Croatia 1-0. Drew with Austria 1-1. Drew with Croatia 1-1. Lost to Denmark 2-1. 1 win in their last 6 games, France. That's what I'm saying. Like, have some confidence. Like, just because England are struggling, like, other teams are struggling as well. Like, there's a lot of nations out there where things are not all rosy and things are going amazingly well, you know? There's a lot of big nations that have had bad Nations League campaigns. I mean, maybe some not as bad as England, but England are a tournament team. They rock up. They get that good vibe. They get in that camp. They get that mentality going. And they've shown, like, they know what to do. They've been there. They've got the T-shirt. They learnt loads at the last World Cup. That was a big learning experience for England. They learnt even more at the Euros when they made it to the final. big learning experience for England. They can take all of that experience, all of that learning, put it into this World Cup. And as I said, a lot of people are looking at quarterfinals. I think the semi-finals are realistic. And honestly, I mean, if we play France and get past France in the quarterfinals, would you be that scared of Portugal if you've just beaten France? Like, if we get past France, then all of a sudden the quarterfinals don't look as scary, do they, against Portugal? Yes, we get to the final potentially and then lose. We definitely lose. Like, I don't see us winning this World Cup. Even as an optimistic England fan, I can't see us winning this World Cup. But will it be quarters? Will it be semis? Do we get to the final? I'd love a final. Love a final. I have never in my life seen England in a World Cup final. They have only ever got to a World Cup final once, and they won it in 1966. That is it. Dare to dream. Regia says, now we have to replace Mane in my fantasy team. Yes, you need to take him out, and you need to do it quick. I don't know how long you've got, to be honest. So you do need to get into your fantasy team. Hopefully, you lot have created your teams. Even if you haven't done it yet, you can still do it now. You might miss out on the first week of scoring, to be honest. So, but the only thing I would say is do it. Have fun with it. It will make the World Cup a more enjoyable experience. Even if you are like, a week behind, it's not the end of the world. It's just you probably are going to be struggling to be up amongst the high performers. But yeah, even if you're a week behind, I doubt you'll end last, to be honest. But give it a go. I genuinely think it makes the World Cup a more enjoyable experience. Joseph said, so you have England in the World Cup now with a massive party in the country. Everyone is invited. So you have England win the World Cup would be a massive party. If England won the World Cup, it would be like no scenes I've ever seen. You saw what happened when we got to the final of the Euros. There's people trying to charge their way into Wembley, which I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. My only surprise is that the FA were surprised. I mean, what did they expect? There was 30,000 empty seats because of the COVID restrictions last summer. England fans knew there was 30,000 empty seats, and they all charged trying to take those empty seats, trying to get in and trying to watch their team potentially win a first major trophy since 1966. It is our number one game over here. It is everything over here. So England, the national team, almost winning a major trophy is just... I never know what I can compare it to. I have no idea. I can only imagine it's like a state winning the Super Bowl, and they've not won the Super Bowl since the 60s, and then they win the Super Bowl. I can only kind of compare it to that and what the scenes must be like in that state. Like, dancing in the streets, partying, people tipping cars over. I have no idea. Like, the country would flip and lose its mind for at least one evening. For that night, like, it would be like the flipping purge over here. So, yeah, it would be a lot of excitement. Victor said, I'm from Mexico, but I'm rooting for Argentina and England. Oh, well, I certainly appreciate that. I hope they meet in the final and England and Argentina win. My brain automatically changed it to England. Argentina win 3-2. Well, I mean, look, I'll be over the moon if England get to a final. Anything less than quarters will be very disappointing. If they go into the group stages, that's a disaster. It's a hard group, though. It is a hard group. We do have to say that now. It is a hard group. England should have enough, though. They're favourites to get through, so they should have enough. Then it's Senegal. As we said, they've lost Mane. They should get past that. Then that's the point where people think England go home. So they should be able to get through that. They really should be able to get through to the quarterfinals. But, God, if they could get to that World Cup final, absolutely brilliant. Yeah. So would I take that right now? England get to a final, but they lose it to Argentina. If that was offered to me right now, would I take it? No. No, I wouldn't. I'm daring to dream. I'm daring to dream that these guys can do it, that they can go all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't take it now. If someone was to say, like, right now, you can watch England, they'll get to the final, but they will lose the final, I wouldn't take it. But I would still be looking back at a very successful tournament if that's how it goes. Good afternoon, Days. How are you feeling? I'm buzzing, man. I mean, we've been talking for about an hour and 20 minutes, so I'm just buzzing. I just can't wait. It's a festival of football, man. The excitement is real. As we said on the channel, we are going to be looking to bring about 40 different watch-alongs throughout the World Cup. I think there's 3 games tomorrow. England versus Iran. USA are going to be taking on Wales. Netherlands, I believe, are in action. In fact, I've got my whole schedule here. Let me have a look at my sketch. So, one game today, which is perfect. One game. Let's get the tournament up and running. Gives us an opportunity to just really focus on the game, talk about the tournament as a whole, get excited about what's coming up rather than just match, because it's going to be that way over the next few weeks in particular. But as we said, tomorrow we've got 3 games. There may be more, I don't know. We're not able to do every single game, but we are doing 3. England, Iran, Senegal, Netherlands, which is going to be huge because that will be a real glimpse at possibly the team that... I mean, imagine if Senegal win that game. All of a sudden, Netherlands will start looking like they're probably going to finish second. I mean, that would be a flipping disaster because England do not want to be facing the Netherlands. So I am going to be a full-blown Netherlands supporter tomorrow. I might be all decked out in orange. But England, Iran, Senegal, Netherlands, USA, Wales. That is on Monday. Tuesday, we've got Mexico against Poland. We've got France versus Australia. Then on Wednesday, we've got Germany, Japan, Spain against Costa Rica, and Belgium take on Canada. Canada get their World Cup underway on Wednesday. Thursday, we've got Portugal against Ghana. We get to watch Cristiano Ronaldo. And we've got Brazil against Serbia. A real tasty match, that one. Serbia, not to be underestimated. Then on Friday, we're all the way back around. We start again. This time we start with Netherlands against Ecuador and England taking on USA. England versus USA on Friday. Big game. Then on Saturday, France, Denmark, Argentina, Mexico. Next Sunday. All of that in the next week. With our usual wrestling streams as well. All of them will still be happening on the channel. So all of those games I just mentioned are additional to the channel next week. It's mental. Next Sunday, we've got Croatia, Canada. We've got that next Sunday. And Spain, Germany. Oh, a little bit of Spain, Germany next week. Next Saturday. So we've got England, USA to really look forward to. Argentina, Mexico is going to be sick. France, Denmark will be fun. Spain, Germany will be good. We get to see Canada, England, USA. We get to see Netherlands. Got Brazil, Serbia. We get to see Portugal, Belgium, Canada, Spain in action. Germany, Japan, France in action against Australia. Many Australian friends in our community. Mexico, Poland could be interesting. Might decide what team goes through in second. USA, Wales, England, Iran. Oh my God, it's just non-stop. I flipping love the World Cup. It's the greatest. It is the greatest. JS17 said, what do you think the final will be? I think it'll be Argentina, Brazil. No, I don't think they can. I think they could meet in the final, but if they both win their group, which is what's expected, then they do not meet in the final. I think a lot of people have worked their bracket out, and it works out that they will meet in the semi-final. I think a lot of people's semi-final for the World Cup is Argentina, Brazil. So I don't think that's the final. Because something will have gone wrong. One of the teams would have to have finished second in their group for that to happen. I think the top goal scorer will be Neymar. Top assister will be Valverde. What do you think? I am ever hopeful that Harry Kane can be top goal scorer, and I believe he was top goal scorer at the last World Cup. I think you can never rule out Mbappe. Neymar, absolutely, is going to be in the mix. I think Brazil are my favourites to win it. Messi, I don't think you can rule Messi out. I think he could be in the conversation. I think he knows how big this World Cup is. He knows he needs to light this World Cup up. So yeah, I'm looking at those teams, those players, I should say. But I feel like Harry Kane has got a chance. It really depends when England go home, how long England are going to be sticking around for. But yeah, Neymar's a really good shout. Top assister, difficult, isn't it? I mean, difficult. I am probably Belgium are really hard to read. I mean, the obvious answer feels like De Bruyne. De Bruyne feels like the obvious way to go. Someone said Vinicius Jr., which I think makes sense as well because he plays for Brazil, and if Brazil are going to go all the way, and we think that Neymar's going to get the most goals, then got to think that Vinny is going to be providing a lot of those assists. The thing is, with Valverde, just don't know how long Uruguay are going to be in the tournament for. So he might not have the opportunity to provide loads of assists, even though he is a fantastic player. Don't know how long he sticks around for. So, yeah, Vinny, I think, is interesting. De Bruyne with Belgium. Again, depends how long they stick around for. But hoping Harry Kane gets the golden boot again. Jamie said, I've got Brazil beating France in the final. Are you coming to the next World Cup, says Hayden. I don't think so, bud. I mean, I would love to go to a World Cup. I would love to actually see a game, but super expensive in it. Although saying that, I mean, I went to the Olympics and it's one of the best experiences of my life. Like, when I am on my deathbed, looking back on my life, I will look back at going to the 2012 Olympics as one of the absolute highlights of my life. So you got to live your life, ain't you? Maybe I should just bite the bullet and go to the World Cup. I would love watching England play in a World Cup. To be honest, just watching England, I've never watched England play. It's bad, innit? There's really no excuse. I will change that. I will watch England play. I should go to Wembley and get tickets. But I've never been and watched England play. I will change that. I've got Brazil over France, says Blueberry. USA are ranked 16th, says Edwards. Michael said, I think most Americans would prefer their favorite American sport team to win the Super Bowl as opposed to winning the World Cup. You care more. Yeah. Yeah. I think that what I mean is that if you think about the Super Bowl, like imagine a state that hadn't won the Super Bowl since the 60s. Like, that would be a massive deal in America. So I think that I think it would be comparable to that. I think it'd be comparable. I don't care who they face. I think France will be the biggest flops. The World Cup curse will carry into the round of 16 where they will be knocked out. Uruguay could be dark horses. That is true. That is true. Uruguay have definitely got it in them to be the dark horses. I do agree with that. Edward says, thoughts on KSI's next fight is taking on Dylan Dennis. Dylan Dennis, I mean, like, it's probably a good next step for KSI. I feel like he should get the win there. I feel that he is progressing probably at a similar rate to how Jake progressed. The only problem is I think he is behind where Jake is, and I do not know how he catches up with Jake. I don't know how he's going to get to Jake's level, because that's what this seemingly is all about. I mean, it's that fight, innit? It's building towards Jake and KSI. KSI needs to find a way of getting up to Jake's level, and I just don't know how he's going to do that in time for, I think, next year, isn't it? They're potentially talking about those two fighting. I think next year is what they're penciling in. I think the longer it gets left, the better chances KSI has, actually, in that fight. He's got more time to catch up. If it happens in 2023, I think Jake Paul wins. But I think KSI gets past Dylan Dennis. Grant said, I would prefer a Brewers World Series win to a USA World Cup win, to be honest. That's understandable. I mean, it's not your number one sport, is it, in the USA? So it's very understandable. I can understand that. There is nothing I would prefer more than England winning the World Cup. There is nothing. I cannot think of anything in the world of sports that I would want more than England winning the World Cup. Will you do KSI against Dylan Dennis on January 14th? I would imagine so, yes. I'm from America. I know exactly what you mean. When the Philadelphia Eagles beat Tom Brady, it was amazing. They'd not won it since the 60s, but Americans don't care. The Philadelphia Eagles beat Tom Brady. It was amazing. Okay. I'm guessing they cared in Philadelphia, though. I'm guessing that there was partying in the streets of Philadelphia. I mean, if not, then, well, no, we would care more then. Because if England win the World Cup, Trafalgar Square will be packed. Like London, they will be out on the streets. There'll be people down in the local pubs. There'll be horns being beeped around the country. It'll be like the Purge, man. It'll be crazy. People will just lose their minds for an evening. It'll be a monstrous deal. After Jake versus KSI, I think that needs to be the final YouTube boxing match ever. I am tired of it. Thoughts? It's not going to go away. There's a whole promotion, Misfits Boxing, that's started up now. I think that they've seen the success and the views that it gets, the interest that it generates. There's an audience for it. There's plenty of people that aren't into it, but I think a lot of kids, youngsters in particular, that really are fans of these YouTubers. You know, I get it. If I was a youngster and I was watching like certain YouTubers and then they were having boxing fights, I mean, yeah, I get why, I get where the appeal is. But I think for those that are a bit older that maybe don't watch those YouTubers, it's not for them, is it? So it's not going away. It's not going to go anywhere. Adam said, let's go Germany. My teams are USA, Mexico, and Germany. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome here. Whether you support Saudi Arabia, Costa Rica, Wales, I have no idea. Everyone is welcome. It's going to be a festival of football. It's just about sitting back and enjoying the tournament. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And we're only 26 minutes away. I don't think the opening ceremony is going to be all that and a bag of potato chips. I mean, we're just lucky. I don't even know if I've missed the opening ceremony. I'm just looking at the pitch at the moment. The players are out there actually warming up. There's players on the pitch. Balls are being kicked around. So I might have missed some. I don't know. 30 minutes till kickoff. But I was under the impression the opening ceremony was going to be just before the game. Perhaps it's going to be just short, perhaps 5 minutes. You know, someone comes on with a balloon, something like that. I support USA and England, said Mosey, the wrestling gods. Ryan said, I really think Scotland can win the World Cup this year. JS17 said, can you react to Speed's World Cup song? It's PG, you won't be copyrighted. It's called World Cup. I've heard it. I heard it. I don't know how I heard it, but I think I was looking at like World Cup songs that have come out, and it's all right. Read my comment, says Michael. What was your comment, Michael? Americans don't care if we get knocked out in round one or the finals. We care more about Olympics than the World Cup. We give everything for the Olympics and not for soccer. Yes, I know. I know that Americans don't really care, but it's good. It's good that USA are in there, and there's definitely USA fans that care. I've seen lots of podcasts, conversations. I've seen a lot of excitement in America as well. I agree. Not amongst the normal average sports fans that are, I mean, like NFL, basketball. It's the dominant games over there, and soccer is going to struggle to kind of break into that. I mean, you can never say never, but it's unlikely that it's going to overtake those sports at any time. But it's just good. It's just good that the USA is a part of it. I think that the USA is a massive country. I think that, as a result, there are tons of football, soccer fans over there. And I think that the World Cup is richer for having USA involved. They did the ceremony about an hour ago. In the stadium for the crowd. They filmed it. It's just been shown in Australia. I don't know about UK. Oh, missed it then. I don't think it was shown. On the BBC, we had Arsenal versus Chelsea being shown on TV. And then we've just gone straight to this kind of World Cup preview, sit down, little conversation about the World Cup, going through all the different teams. So, yeah, I don't think it's been shown. I'm sure the highlights will probably get shown. But, hey-ho, there we go. I think the World Cup is going to do some big numbers in the USA. Michael said, I'm going to support USA, Canada, and England. I would be fine if England won it for you. That's very kind. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the World Cup. It's going to be a lot of fun. And as we said, it's something that I think is hopefully going to grab America's interest if America do well. Because I want America to get behind it. Because America are hosting the next one. They've got it in 2026. It's going to be USA. It's going to be Mexico. And it's going to be Canada. So that should be a fantastic World Cup. I mean, some of the stadiums involved. The only downside is going to be the traveling around. I don't quite know how that works. I mean, if you've got one game in Canada and then your next game is in Mexico, that's going to be a bit of traveling around, isn't it? I'm sure they'll make it work so that teams kind of stay in certain areas, maybe. But either way, I'm super, super excited for the next World Cup. I'm going for Mexico, said Unluring. As a Malaysian, I am jealous to see other countries. I want to see my country at the World Cup in 2026, says Easy99. Well, we've already spoke about how it is expanding and it's going to grow as a tournament. So never say never. I actually don't know where Malaysia are in the rankings. I can take a quick little look and see where Malaysia are in the FIFA rankings. FIFA World rankings. FIFA World rankings. Here we go. So Malaysia. I mean, I'm guessing that's going to be quite low down, to be honest. San Marino are the worst country in the world. They're ranked 211th. So you're better than that. We have got Liechtenstein, Pakistan, Mongolia, Mauritius at 180, Moldova at 1. I thought they were higher, actually, Moldova, Singapore. You're higher than I thought, actually. Botswana, Malaysia, 146. There you go, 146 out of 211. You are 146. Only 40-odd countries are going to make it. But, of course, quite a few of those are going to have to come from different federations. So you're going to need to pick things up, but never say never. Did you rest after the 5-6 hour streaming of Full Gear? Yeah, I managed to get about 5.5 hours sleep. So not feeling 100%. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling awake. I'm feeling fine. But, yeah, my plan is after this, going to do more research on the World Cup, certainly for the games tomorrow in particular, and just keep adding to the information that we've got, basically. Just keep kind of looking at videos, looking at preview videos, looking at predictions, looking at articles, watching a bit of footage, just kind of really digging into stuff. So I've got quite a nice night, actually. It's not really a night off, but it's not the most strenuous of evenings for me. But I feel like after we did UFC and Full Gear last night and then, you know, a stream today, I think like having an evening where I just do some research. Lovely. I'll take that. And then, of course, tomorrow, boom. We're straight into it, aren't we? What with 3 games and Raw. Ecuador have got a couple of players from Brighton and the forwards Enna, says Adam. Yep. What games are we doing tomorrow? So tomorrow we've got England versus Iran, George, and we've also got USA against Wales, and we've also got Netherlands in action tomorrow. So 3 games tomorrow: England, Iran, Senegal versus Netherlands, USA versus Wales. So I go into my schedule. So I am going to be, I can tell you, going to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning tonight. I will then wake up at 11 in the morning. We stream our first game at 11:30. I think that's an hour and a half before the game actually begins. So we've got an hour and a half to talk everything England and Iran. So that's going to be good. And then we go straight from that game into Senegal, Netherlands, straight from that game into USA, Wales. Then I have something to eat, get a bit more research done, and then we're straight into Monday Night Raw. So pretty full on. And then boom, bed, wake up, World Cup, and it's just bang, 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 non-stop. Now, non-stop for the next couple of weeks. Are you doing every game? Not every game. We're doing 40 plus of the 60 odd games that there are. And a lot of those games are, this is the kind of game that we probably would skip, but because it's the opening game, we're here for it. People in America, the games are on Fox, FS1, and Peacock. Let them know, also, UK people, what channel are the games there? They're on our free channels, so they're on BBC One, they're on ITV, they're on the main channels here in the UK. Just talking about some of the players then. Qatar, Afif, who we've already spoken about, voted Asian Player of the Year in 2019 after 10 assists in 7 matches at the Asian World Cup. Carlin, 1985 Gareth, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, my friends. Hope you are excited for the World Cup. Carlin, 1985 Gareth says, have a great day. It is a great day. Today is a great day. It's an exciting day. They're just showing the other forward as well. 26-year-old Ali. Those two, as we said earlier, they worked together so well. 9 goals as Qatar won the Asian Cup in 2019, breaking the tournament record that was set by Iran's Ali Daei in 1996. These are some skilled players, as we said. They've been handpicked. They've gone through an institute, an academy that was it's like billions have been spent on this academy. It's overseen by Tim Cahill, who is an Australian footballing legend. And they've just been around playing loads of friendlies, working together as a squad. They will be well organized. They are not going to be a shambles. If you're expecting Qatar to just come out and trip over their own shoelaces, that is not happening. Qatar are going to put up a decent little contest here. There's every chance that these two teams just cancel each other out and we get a 0-0 draw, which I know is not what people want from a World Cup. But as we said, it's an interesting little game here. Whoever wins this will put themselves in contention for qualifying. Whoever loses this really is putting themselves potentially out of the World Cup. Whoever loses this game is really putting themselves out of the World Cup because they are going to need results then against Senegal and Netherlands. And those are the 2 favourites to go through. So you cannot lose this game. Whoever loses this game takes a big step towards the exit. So, Carlin, 1985, Gareth, really appreciate the support, dude. Feel free, man. Share your thoughts. Are you excited for the World Cup? How are you feeling? There's a massive inflatable World Cup that's been brought out onto the pitch. We're seeing inside the stadium some great looking scenes. So a great looking shot there. It's full of Qatari fans, Ecuadorian fans. Ecuador qualified 4th in the qualifications, 'behind the likes of Brazil. 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 'Be Days, I think football soccer will be popular for a few years. It might even be the second number 2 sport in the US. I think once the World Cup gets over there, the build for it, there will be a big promotional push, won't there? Once we get into the swing of the 2026 World Cup and we start getting closer, and there'll be a lot of propaganda, if you will. It'll be all over the TV. They'll make a big push in America to get the Americans on side with it. And I agree. I think then it will be on the radar. But I think it'll only be for that short period, and then afterwards it'll drop away. That's what we saw in 94. In 94, it was kind of a big explosion over there. And I think, did the MLS come out of that? I think the MLS might have been born out of that. And, there was this real push. But then, of course, it just, as with most things, it settles down. So I agree. I agree with you. Atlanta have 4 players represented in the World Cup. Thiago Almeida for Argentina, Ronald Hernandez, Joseph Martinez, and Caleb Wiley. Very cool. Summit, hello, shout out to you. Lewis said it's a cold day today. I'm watching whilst wearing an Ecuador jersey signed by the entire team. Well, that's sick. Very jealous of that. I was thinking of sitting here with an England shirt, but I was like, well, I'm going to save that probably for tomorrow. I don't know. I feel like I need a bit of a generic World Cup shirt, but to be honest, I'm not really desperate for anything that says Qatar 2022. I don't know. Maybe I can just find a retro. Oh, yeah. How about that? Maybe I'll just find a retro World Cup shirt. That's what I need. Retro World Cup t-shirt. Let's have a look at that. There's some sick ones, actually. There's a really cool USA 1994 one that I've been shown before. This was shown to me by, I think it was Miss Clown. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. USA 1994 retro shirt. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's from Abercrombie and Fitch as well, Bit of class there, a little bit of class. It's only £26. But yeah, that's not bad. Let's go images and see what classic retro shirts there are. Yeah, there's a few Qatar ones and there's a Russia one. I'm not sure that's going to be sending the message that I want to be sending, to be honest. Yeah, sure. This is top 10 shirts I'm definitely not going to buy. In at number 1. Bum, 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 bum. I might buy that one, though. Look at that. 99. I don't even know what that is. £99. Cheeky. But, yeah, I could probably do with, a World Cup, generic World Cup shirt. That would be cool. Blueberry said, signed jersey was given to me by my cousin who are friends with some of the Ecuador squad. That is so cool. So cool. I'm proper jealous. Even though it's Ecuador and I have no connection to Ecuador whatsoever, the fact you've got a signed jersey by the whole team is just cool. It doesn't really matter what nation it is. It's cool. Germany have got the youngest player at the World Cup in Moukoko at 17 years old. Yeah, true. I don't know much about him, to be honest, but I'm excited to see. And I think USA have got the 3rd youngest squad overall. Something in my head says Ghana might be the youngest. Let's have a look. Youngest squad World Cup. Ghana. Sick. Iran's squad was the oldest with an average age of 28.9. Ghana is the youngest with an average age of 24.7. I think they're also the lowest ranked team at this World Cup, so expectations are not high for Ghana at all. Malaysia are actually good, especially in 1980. Oh, damn the fact it's not 1980. Then the football performance went downhill. We have our own Malaysian legend, Mukhtar Dahari, who is the top 5 scorer of all time at international level. That's amazing. Is that true? I feel like if you've told it me, it's true. Let's have a look. All-time international goal scorers. All-time international goal scorers. It's not on this list. I believe you, though. I believe he's going to be on a list somewhere. But here we've got his top international goal scorers according to The Sun. When was this from? This was from March of 2021. Don't know if I can find a more up-to-date one. A few words just being said before they're about to make their way out. Dear friends, welcome to the FIFA World Cup. Actually, do you know what? I don't need to find an article. I found a Wikipedia page. We're just being welcomed to the World Cup. Thank you. Here we go, look. So, most goals for country, Cristiano Ronaldo. You're right, there we go. Mukhtar Dahari, number 4 on the list, actually, according to this. Played from 72 to 85. Mukhtar Dahari. So, Malaysia, number 4. That's very cool, dude. That is very cool. I didn't know that. Pele, number 10 on the list. Robert Lewandowski, who's going to be at this World Cup. In fact, I think all the players in... No, they're the players in bold. Are they still active? But Ronaldo is at this World Cup. Messi is at this World Cup. So the number 1, number 3, and number 11 players of all time that have scored the most international goals of all time, they are all going to be at this World Cup. That is very cool. Closer, 71. England's best goal scorer is not even flipping on it. I think it's like 50-something goals, England's record. So we're like down here somewhere. But yeah, that's very cool. And look at Ronaldo. 117 goals at international level for Ronaldo. That's so impressive. Right, here come the teams. Here come the teams. First half is... where's my first half text? There we go. I just joined the league. Yes, Jordan. Yes. Welcome. Look at that. We've got a World Cup, inflatable World Cup in the center of the pitch. It looks cool. Both teams have made their way out. Big game this for both countries, as we said. For the neutrals, for us guys, you know, maybe not the most gripping of first games, but this is so important for this group. If there is any team that is going to challenge the Netherlands or Senegal for who qualifies, it's going to be one of these two. And that has got big repercussions for USA, Wales, and England, because the group these guys are in, the number 1 team and the number 2 team, they are the teams that we will face in the next round. So we might end up one of us facing Ecuador. Probably going to be Netherlands and Senegal, but can't rule anything out. Tall Paul said it's starting to feel real now. He is almost joining a top club in Europe, but he rejected it to play for a local club, says Easy99. Jordan said, can you have a look at other fantasy teams? We can definitely do that, but I don't think the visibility will be on them yet. I don't think until the game starts we can do that. But we did do that during the Premier League, and it was good. People enjoyed it. So yes, we can look to do that once the game is up and running. Obviously, we won't do it when the game's actually on, but yeah, we can have a look. I might save it for tomorrow, to be honest, because I need to still sort of find my way around things. Like this thing next to me, that's for stats. That's going to show you shots on target, all that kind of stuff. So I need to make sure that that is in the right position and set up, because obviously it's been a while since we've done like Premier League football. This is still set up from that. So I've got a few things just to play around with and tweak. First of all, oh, hello. Oh, that's a different little lineup thing that I wasn't expecting. Player stats. Don't know where the overall stats feature. I don't know where that will be. I have to see if I can find. These things. Right, we are just getting national anthems. If you are joining us, the first game is beginning. Things are starting to hot up. As soon as the game gets underway, then we should get some stats up on screen. Something said Dylan Dennis got choked by a policeman and claims he's the greatest grappler ever. He's the greatest joke in MMA history, says Summit. Mohammed said Saudi pull out some crude oil. That'll be wacky. Players slipping over. Did you see Josh Alexander is fighting Bully Ray for the Impact title? It's a ratings grab, but I think he will win it. No, I don't pay attention to what Impact... No shade on them, but it's not on my radar. How long will the game go on for? Will it still be on at 1 p.m. Eastern? NFL will be on at that time. No, the game should be finishing about that time, to be honest. So a game is 45 minutes each half, 15 minutes for half time. Of course, you get a few extra minutes in there as well, like added on time. But I mean, as a rule of thumb, like a game should be done in 2 hours, easily within 2 hours. From start to finish. So we should be done here in 2 hours' time. 2 hours' time, we will know who is going to be the victor. They're just going through the squads, just going through the teams. Qatar are playing a 5-3-2. That is how they've lined up. They've lined up with a 5-3-2. So... they've got Afif up front, and they've got Ali up front as well, as expected. When will we see the others in the Fantasy League? You should, I mean, once the game starts, I would guess that the league will update and everything will get going. That was my team that I had. Let's go leagues. I mean, I feel like it will probably show here once it's up and running. Here's people that have got their teams in. We can load more, and you can see there's all of these, and we can load more, all of these. There's quite a few people, by the looks of it, that have got teams in for the league. So, as I've been saying, like, you're certainly not going to be alone. Like, there's a fair few people that are playing the game, which is fantastic to see. But, yeah, I think once we actually get going, this is where we should get that information. But obviously, we haven't even had our first game start yet, so things will start to become more evident and obvious as we progress. Plata is started. Yes, Plata is playing for Ecuador. Plata is someone to keep an eye on. On that right wing, he is a very exciting player. And he is someone that I am really, really excited to see. So Plata is playing for Ecuador. Did you see that Buffalo has got over 6 inches of snow? They had to move their NFL game because for Buffalo, it's an open stadium. I didn't. I'm in the UK. It's not something that I have much visibility on, the weather of Buffalo. But that's interesting. It's that time of year, innit? We haven't had any snow here yet, but could be a white Christmas. It's pretty cold in all fairness, so could be a white Christmas. Adam said, I've bet over 1 goal in the first half. Oh, that's interesting. If you've got any bets on this game, let us know. Let us know. Casado, he's being shown. Casado making his debut in the FIFA World Cup, and we are about to get this FIFA World Cup underway. Qatar are going to be kicking off. They are going from right to left. As we said, Qatar are Asian champions. They play a very possession-based game, and we are underway. Okay, we've botched it. There's a countdown that counts down, and as they were counting down, like the Qatar just already had kicked off. So the guy in the arena was going 3, 2. They'd already kicked off at that point. 2, 1. Well, that went well. Right, already underway here with Ecuador versus Qatar. Definitely need to change the clock to the correct one. That went well. Saying that the stadium is filled up with yellow and burgundy. Obviously, Qatar playing in burgundy and Ecuador play in yellow. That clock is now in sync with where we are with the game. Qatar are on the ball, playing it forwards. Taking it out to the left-hand side, but Ecuador win the ball back. It's won back by Qatar. As we said, Qatar, very possession-based. They're going to look to keep a hold of the ball as much as possible. Sometimes they are not very exciting with the ball. Great crunching tackle there, though, by Ecuador. Progressing the ball forwards. Looking for a quick break. They're very fast, very strong. And we've already got a player down for Ecuador. Qatar are going to want to make sure that they give a good account of themselves. This means a lot to Qatar. Qatar are already playing mind games, yeah. Ecuador, like, standing 3, 2, waiting, and then they'd boom, we're off. Caught them off guard. Caught me off guard. Right, let's have a look and see if we've got the information on screen that I wanted. They're saying that it's nice and cool inside the stadium, so that's good. That's something that was of interest. All right, here we go. We want that. So, free kick for Ecuador in Qatar's half. Ball is whipped in. Oh, into the box. Goalkeeper struggling to get a hold of it. Kick comes in into the middle. Goal! Ecuador have scored. Ecuador have scored. It's a big start. The goalkeeper made a real hash of it. The Ecuador captain has scored. Valencia has scored. So the ball from that free kick is put into the penalty area. And the goalkeeper makes a real hash of it. Tries to come out and punch it away. Doesn't connect. And already, look at this. The ball whipped in. It goes up in the air. Keeper comes for it. Doesn't get it. Don't know what he does with that second attempt. But kick into the middle. I think it's like an overhead kick. I think he goes for goal. It doesn't go to goal. It ends up going into the middle. And there's someone in there to head it home. It's a goal for Valencia. Look at that. Getting it in the box. Boom. Heads it home. Heads it home. 1-0 already. Goal! I need that as a sound effect, don't I? 1-0 Ecuador. That's it. The World Cup's running. The World Cup's alive. So, didn't take long. The goalkeeper was absolutely at fault there. Catastrophic goalkeeping is what they've said. Catastrophic goalkeeping. So there's a goal check. Not sure what they're checking for. Yeah, I mean, it all looks fine. Doesn't seem to be an issue. This is what you get, unfortunately, in this day and age, is you get... Oh, he's going to have a look at the screen. He's going to the screen. Oh! What's going on? It's been ruled out. It's been ruled out. It's been ruled out. There is no goal. Oh, my God. No goal. Why is there no goal? What the flip? Well, where is the issue? No offsides. Well onsides. Where's the issue? There's apparently the commentators are saying that it's offside, but there's... I can't see any issue with that. I can't see any issue with that. That wasn't offside. Yeah, offside seems to be the conversation that the commentators are having. Jeez. Drama already. Why was that goal ruled out? This is a little bit of the downside when it comes to football is VAR. Welcome to the world of VAR, where you can score a goal, celebrate, and then it gets taken away from you and you're not too sure why. That will be explored in the studio, though. Not that it really helps anyone right now, but they best not do this. I've never seen a rigged call happen in front of me, says Felix. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy, wasn't it? I mean, we got a goal right out of the gates. Lots of excitement, but it's been ruled out. It's 0-0. We think for offsides. Certainly that's what the commentators were talking about. Let's see if we can get any answers from social media. Ecuador. Disallowed for no reason. Yeah, there's a bit of confusion already here. Ecuador players after losing their World Cup opening match. Yeah, bribery claims. VAR has ruled out a perfectly fine goal. Perhaps Qatar... perhaps Qatar have not bribed Ecuador. They've bribed the referees. Maybe that's what's going on. Qatar's World Cup money is already working. VAR has ruled out Ecuador's opening goal. There is confusion on social media as to why that was ruled out. Why was that ruled out? I don't know. Either way, 8 minutes in, Qatar keeps tripping over themselves. There was no foul, no offside. What are they talking about, says Felix. Was it called an offside or a foul? Do you know what? Nothing was shown on screen as to why. It just said check in. And then it came through no goal. So I don't actually think the communication has been brilliant as to why it's been ruled out. The commentators are the ones that were speculating about it being offside. But when you look at the replay, doesn't look like anyone's offside. Obviously, that is going to be analysed at halftime. And I'm sure some clarity will be provided. Clearly, Ecuador are going to want to know why that goal didn't stand. But certainly at viewing at the moment, nothing is jumping out as obvious as to why. I tell you what, this keeper is a problem. This keeper is a problem. He comes out, he punches. That seemed like the easiest just catch. But he punched it back out. This keeper, you can get at this keeper. You can really get at this keeper. Ecuador are going to be feeling Optimistic, confident. They've already managed to get the ball in the net once. Granted, it's still 0-0, but there's no demons here by the looks of it by Qatar. Goes down. Referee gives a free kick to Ecuador. Over on the near touchline in Qatar's half. We are pretty much camped in Qatar's half at the moment. Brenton said, quick turnaround from the AEW pay-per-view. Good morning, good evening. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's good. Wouldn't want it any other way, man. Let's get up. Let's get into it. Excitement is building. We've already had controversy. We're going to have to wait and see why that was ruled out. Ball's going to be whipped in here by Ecuador. Ball is in the middle. Goes into the penalty area. Goalkeeper stays back, thankfully. Falls to Ecuador. They've got the ball, trying to play it forwards. It is with Casado going down that wing as we were seeing Plata there trying to whip the ball in, but it was nicely defended. And as we keep saying, keep an eye on Plata. Great player. Trying to get that ball in, but well defended there by Qatar. Over 10 minutes gone, still 0-0. Did you see the tweet in this match was rigged and the game would be 1-0 Qatar in the second half? I didn't see that. I saw the tweet saying that Ecuador had been offered, was it 4.5, 7.5 million each? But I don't know how reliable that is. I mean, listen, if Ecuador have been bribed, they're clearly not sticking to the hymn sheet because they are going for this. No one can accuse Ecuador at the moment of not giving this a go. They just thought they'd scored a goal. I mean, if they are trying to throw this game, they're doing it in a pretty crazy fashion. But right now, it is 0-0. It's a corner to Ecuador. Ecuador going to look to whip the ball in. Plata taking it. As we said, corners is very interesting. Both teams tend to get quite a few corners. Bit of pushing and shoving in there, but it seems to be Qatar that's guilty. More so, it's Ecuador that are being spoken to, you know. Ecuador are being spoken to. It's Casado that just had a word, was spoken to by the referee there. It looked to me like Qatar were pushing Ecuador, and then the referee ran over and had a word with Ecuador. I don't know, some of these decisions do seem a bit weird in these first 12 minutes. Certainly the eyes of the world on this. I wish when there's a game changer or a foul, they would announce it like they do in baseball or football over here in America. If there's a goal change or a foul. What do you mean, like the referee? I wish that we'd been told a bit more as to why that goal had been disallowed. Ball is played over by Ecuador. It goes out of play. This is a good little period here for Qatar. Here we go. We're having a look at the... we have got visibility on it now. Okay. So when that ball is initially played in from the free kick, so we've got some... That's better. So when that ball is played in, then the Ecuador player is just slightly offside. It's always confusing because there's a player that's actually beyond them, but you have to actually have two players. It's just that normally one of them is the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper had come out so far. He was not one of the players keeping Ecuador onside. The onside-offside rule, if you're new to football, is going to be a little bit confusing. It's going to be a little bit confusing. That's the one rule that tends to really catch people out, is the offside rule. There's a brilliant coin here in the UK that actually explained the offside rule really, really well. I'll see if I can find a picture of it. Here come Ecuador. Getting round the keeper. Goes down. Penalty. Pointed to the spot. Looks like it's going to be a penalty for Ecuador. Goalkeeper. I found the coin that explains the offside rule. I believe it was part of the Olympics, and it's really cool. So we'll look at that in a bit, but we've got a penalty to deal with now. This game is fire, man. Adam said, I still call BS. Daze loves that coin. I do love that coin. We looked at it during the Euros, but I think if you don't know the offside rule, I think it's a good little visual. Hopefully it's a good visual aid. And will help people just get their head around the offside rule. Even if it just gives them the rough idea of what the offside rule means. I do love that coin, yeah. I don't have that. I did have that coin. I don't have it anymore. I think a lot of those 2012 coins are actually quite valuable now. Here we go. Anyway, we've got... who's stepping up for the penalty? Ecuador, obviously, have got the penalty. It's going to be Valencia that's stepping up, the captain, who scored the disallowed goal. He is stepping up now. Here we go. Ecuador, penalty. 15th minute. Slots it calmly. The other side of the keeper. And that one's not going to be ruled out. It's a goal for Ecuador. And this one should stand. Tell you what, this is a concern for Qatar because they've conceded a goal from a free kick and then not that long after, they have conceded a penalty. So this is a concern for Qatar. So Valencia scores. The fans are bouncing in the stadium. Valencia scores in the 16th minute, apparently, is what it's listed as. So Valencia, penalty in the 16th minute. I actually don't know who got the assist for that. Normally, it's the person that was responsible for winning the penalty. FIFA Fantasy. Has the fantasy game got a Twitter account? FIFA Fantasy Game? FIFA... Qatar trying to go down the other end to find an equaliser. The ball bounces out of play. Who got the assist for that goal? That's my question. I need to find where that information is. Boom. And I don't have it to hand at the moment. Let's just have a look here. Yeah, it's got Valencia scoring, but it doesn't have the person that got the assist. But people will want to know assists for this World Cup. There was rumours that Qatar had paid Ecuador for Qatar to win. George said, I'm not buying that offside. Is Ronaldo playing? Yes, he plays for Portugal. So he's not in this game. He's not playing today. Qatar are trying to rig this game, says Harif. Well, they're doing a pretty rubbish job. If they are trying to rig it, they've done a pretty rubbish job. I would say that they are failing at the moment, having conceded a goal, which was ruled out. And then we get ball being played forwards. Then we get a penalty that's scored. There we go. We've got the image here, actually. This is the great thing about having social media for this World Cup. So the goal that was disallowed, we've got a very interesting graphic that we can look at. So here is the goal that was disallowed. Ball being whipped in the middle, goes over the bar by Ecuador. That goes over the bar. So the ball is whipped in. As it is played in, here you can see that there is one Ecuador player that is, but you actually need two, right? And so there's only one. And this person in the yellow shirt, he apparently is, his leg is the next player. He becomes the next player. You have to have two Qatari players in front of you when the ball comes into you. And right there's only one. That's how close it is, though. That line is so close. This is why no one could see straight away where the offside was. But it's this player in yellow that's kind of highlighted. He is the second closest to goal. There is only one Qatari player in front of him. There needs to be two. The other player usually is the goalkeeper, who will be like back on his line or a bit further back. But the goalkeeper had come out. So that meant there was only this one player. And there needs to be two. When the ball is played in, there's got to be two players in front of you. One of them is normally the goalkeeper. So that's why it's classed off like... But I mean, look, you're talking... Nothing. I mean, there's nothing in that, is there? Who are the two players in this picture closest to goal? That's the question. Closest to goal right now. What two players are closest to goal? There's definitely one. That's the Qatari one. Who's the next one? According to VAR, it's that Ecuador player in yellow. That's why it was ruled offside. They don't care about the keeper. I didn't know that disallowed goal seems fishy. So it's offside. There's no questions. Draw some lines, says David. Yeah, I don't know why they've not done lines on this. Instead, they've got like a new system. It's like the computer just seems to know. The computer has decided, and that's it. Right. Either way, look, the team that should be winning is winning. That's how this goes. I really like that graphic, though. That's a good graphic. So if ever we do get controversy, we can look for those in the future. I still haven't got a flipping clue who got the assist for this goal, though. That's my bigger problem. Right, Ecuador are on the ball. We've already had, amazingly, we're almost halfway through this half, you know. I feel like this half's only been going for a few minutes, but there's already been so many talking points. Ball being played in, goes to the back post, headed clear by Qatar. Ecuador putting the pressure on. Ecuador picking it up, goes over to that right-hand side, whipped into the middle, back post. Headed into the centre, and Qatar are going to look to clear it away. Carlos, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. I hope people are enjoying the World Cup. And we are up and running. We are underway 1-0 to Ecuador. Qatar's goalkeeper has had a shaky first 20 minutes. Right now, possession is 58-30. 58-30 at the moment. That's where we are in regards to, well, 64-36 according to SofaScore. So that's where we are with possession. Ecuador have had one shot on target. They've had one corner so far. Going down the wings. They're using the wings quite a bit here. Stats that we've got on screen. You can see I might even get rid of this match stats. I don't think we necessarily need that. That might allow us to get even more information on screen, but we'll tweak it as we go along. Header forward by Ecuador comes into the middle of the park. Ball going over to the wing. Good battle over there. And ball goes out of play. That's going to be a throw-in, I believe, for Qatar. Miguel on the wing. We're back in Qatar's half. We've been in the Qatar half quite a bit. Ball bouncing. Goes into the centre. Here come Ecuador looking to drive forward with Casado, but referee blows. Qatar's striker has had a nice little stroll about, hasn't he? Yes. Ball going back to the defence of Qatar, driving forward past the halfway line. Tries to play the ball forward, but couldn't find a teammate. Qatar need to just settle this down, to be honest. They are a good possession-based team. They're actually a better team than they're being made to look here. They're being made to look like they're just completely useless and getting overrun. Ecuador, though, are skilled. They've got a good game plan. They have just smashed Qatar. They're managing to win the duels, win the battles, get the ball, drive up the fields, and really get in and around Qatar's kind of penalty area. That is making Qatar very uncomfortable. Defensively, they're just looking really shaky, even though they've got like 5 at the back. There's a lack of confidence amongst that back line by the looks of it, which is crazy because, as we said, Qatar actually won the Asian Cup. They managed to get past the likes of Japan, which is a very good performance for them. Who do you think is underrated that'll do well? We spoke about it before. I mean, I feel like Denmark. I don't know if they're underrated, but they're a good, solid team. They work well as a unit. When it comes to the World Cup, any country that can perform like a club side, where the players know each other, where they're going to be, can have good link-ups. This is why Southgate picks the same names, because these players have shown that they work well together and they sort of know each other. They've played together a lot. And so that means that there's some nice link-up play, like Sterling and Kane. They work so well together that even if Sterling's not doing so well at club level, that's why he'll get selected. Same with Maguire. Maguire and Stones have always done well for England. I say always. Not so well in recent times, but traditionally they've done well. And they've got a good understanding. Even John Stones said that he knows where Maguire's going to be, what Maguire's going to do. That's experience. That's where, when we talk about experience, that's where experience really becomes valuable. And, Qatar actually do have that. As we said, they play like a club side. They play together a lot. A lot of these players play together at club level. But Qatar, as a country, have actually been training and playing together and working together. The problem they've got is that they're just coming from such a low skill level that even with these advantages, teams are going to be too much for them. Qatar, chances are, would not be at this World Cup if they weren't hosting it. This is the first time they've ever been at a World Cup. So it's massive for them, this is. Hence why they've engaged in such a big recruitment process. And, they've had their training facility and all that kind of stuff. So this is huge for Qatar. Absolutely huge for them that their team is here. And I suppose in a way you can understand those early nerves, but they need to settle down and show that they are a better team than what's on display at the moment. Because they are. They won the Asian Cup in 2019. They managed to draw with Chile. They're not a team that is going to get blown away 8-0. That just back in the day that would have happened, but international football has progressed so much in recent years that a lot of these smaller nations, you still get them, your Gibraltars, your Luxembourgs, your San Marinos, those kind of nations you can still blow away 10-0 or whatever, but a lot of the nations above that now have vastly improved over the last 20 years in particular. Ball going over to the right-hand side, being played forward into that front line of Ecuador. We're deep into the Qatar half, and that ball is skied over. Adam said, did you hear about France? There is no Benzema. I did. That's gutting for France, but obviously not gutting for me as an England fan. That gives all those countries like Portugal, England, those kind of countries that are not top of the favourites list, but just bubbling underneath, it gives us a little lift, a little boost. That's maybe the wrong way to look at it, but that's how I'm looking at it. Tall Paul said, I hope Southgate does have a plan B for this tournament because he never seems to have one before. Where do you watch the game? The game, Adam said, is FS1, is it? Where is this game? In America, I don't know. Here in the UK, it's on BBC One. BBC One. World Cup's one of those things that should be just easy to find. It should be available for most people. World Cup doesn't tend to get put behind paywalls. It's a festival of football, a treat for the world. Not aware of anywhere where you have to pay to watch the World Cup. I mean, obviously you need a TV. But here in the UK, as like any TV, you should be able to watch the World Cup on. A couple of questionable yellow cards, says TD. We have had a few yellows, actually. Yeah, good shout. Good shout. Couple of yellow cards. A couple going to Qatar, though. So far, Qatar have picked up a couple of yellows. One for Ecuador. Again, if there is anything going on untoward, it's not necessarily showing itself right now. Obviously, that ruled out goal will have people talking. But right now, with half an hour gone and only 15 minutes left in this first half, Ecuador find themselves leading 1-0 thanks to a penalty. This game has settled down. I feel like Qatar have grown in confidence. And we are seeing Ecuador just finding it a little bit more tricky now to get further forwards. Qatar closing down a little bit better, pressing a little bit better. I think what's interesting is that we're not seeing drinks breaks. You've got to remember that this is still relatively early. This is one of the kind of middle of the day games, I suppose. And we're not seeing any signs of fatigue or players needing drinks or people taking deep breaths. Oh, it's a great goal! Ball was... Oh, man, that's sick. That's come out of nowhere. Ball goes over to the right-hand side, played into the middle, and it's slotted right into the corner. Fantastic work by Valencia. Valencia scores his second. And that is heartbreak for Qatar. Heartbreak for Qatar. That's going to make things really hard. Whilst it was 1-0, you felt that they could get back in it. 2-0 feels like a mountain to climb. Ecuador could be a problem for Senegal. Could be a problem for Senegal. Ecuador could be a team that the winner of Group B will go on to face. Obviously a bit early to kind of make these calls, but they're looking good against Qatar. Look at that. Whipped into the middle. Header right in the corner. Not much the keeper could have done about that. Look at it. Perfect. Perfect. Top of the head. Spins into the corner. Spins away from the keeper as well. Beautiful. And I tell you what, if you had Valencia in your dream team, then you're doing very well. Very well. 2-0. And Valencia scores in the 31st minute. Boom. Qatar should not be at this World Cup. The host nation never lose an opening match at the World Cup. History said Easy99. Well, it's not looking brilliant for them right now. It's not looking brilliant. Hassan with a shot, and the shot goes over the bar. Flies over. That was a really, really nice finish, though. Valencia showing some real skill. Look at that. Boom. It's really nice, that is. It's really nice. Tucks it right into the corner. That's what good forward play looks like, says the commentator. Qatar rather kick the ball into the crowd than into the goal. Let's have a look and see what we can find out about Valencia, because he is putting in a fantastic showing here. Let's go to player guides. Ecuador. Became the most expensive Ecuador player sold abroad in 2013 when he left Emelec, one of two most important teams in Ecuador, for Pachuca in Mexico for $4.5 million. From there, everything went up. With limited economic resources, in his childhood, he sold milk until the club where he began his career as a footballer gave him shelter and food, becoming one of the star strikers in Ecuadorian domestic football, opened the door to the national team. In the 2014 World Cup in Brazil, he was a key figure and one of the best strikers in the group stage at the age of just 23 years old. His checkered personal life includes 2 failed marriages, several children, the kidnapping of his sister due to his popularity, and a child support lawsuit. However, his scoring ability remains. 33 years old and plays for Fenerbahce in Turkey. So good club, actually. Big club. So Valencia. There we go. We know all about him now. 2 goals for him. 1 goal away from a hat-trick in the opening game of the World Cup. Valencia could be in a hat-trick in his first game, said Jake. Qatar players must be feeling buzzed, says Alejandro. Yes. They honestly shell-shocked. I think the start of this game has really caught them off guard. I think they are completely shell-shocked. I don't think they have managed to really settle into a groove. Just as it looked like they were doing that. Some of the plays, some of the crosses. What we're seeing from Ecuador is some wonderful long balls, lovely crosses. If you think about that free kick to the back post, and then it was knocked into the centre with the disallowed goal. There's some lovely work that was done there. This, beautiful ball played into the middle. Great header into the corner, right into the corner. There's not going to be a goalkeeper on this planet that's going to be getting close to that. So, yeah, really good. Foul on Valencia, though. Valencia gets wiped out in the middle of the park. He is down at the moment. That's going to be a bit of a concern. He's in such great form here. The other thing as well is that when you are Ecuador and you play a team like Qatar, if you then get a couple of goals like they have done, it's going to give your team such confidence. Like, you are going to be buzzing as you head towards your next game. And their next game, of course, is going to be absolutely massive for them. If they've got any ambition of qualifying, they are going to need to get results against Netherlands and Senegal. Their next game is Netherlands on the 25th. In 5 days' time, they play the Netherlands. Difficult. It really could come down to that final game against Senegal if Ecuador win here as to who goes through. And don't forget, another factor, and this could be really important, it could come down to goal difference. Who scored more goals? Goals. They need to get more goals. 2 is not bad, but if they can get more here, it could come down to who scored more against Qatar as to who goes through the group. So goals could be very important. TD said, was Jimi Hendrix the greatest Qatar player of all time? Very nice. Very nice. TD, shout out to you. Qatar players not have skill and the right tactics against Ecuador right now, says Easy99. Right, it's going to be a free kick. Free kick to Ecuador. We know they're very good with these balls forwards. Go straight to the hands of the keeper this time. The goalkeeper is Saad. I think he's very Saad after how this game has started. That's his name. Right. Qatar playing out from the back. Adam said, I bet over 2.5 in this first half. Right, ball being played forward. Goes into the centre. Afif playing it over to the right-hand side. Qatar are coming forward. We're in Ecuador's half. Tackle by Ecuador. Good. Down the wing. Ball falling into the centre of the pitch. There's Concedo. Wonderful player. Really makes this team tick. He's left him quite a bit to do there. He couldn't quite get to it. That was a big tackle by Qatar. Ball was played into Valencia, who just couldn't quite get there in time. But nice idea. There was some nice build-up play there by Ecuador. 30. I can't believe how quick this game's going, man. This game is flying. It's been so fun, though. Considering I was worried about it being like a dull 0-0. Like, this game is showing itself to be a lot of fun. And, yeah, far from 0-0. 2-0 with one disallowed goal. We've got plenty of talking points. And I think one of the biggest talking points is how do Qatar get back into this game? How are they going to get back into this game? Because the team that loses here are really going to be struggling at this World Cup. Qatar driving forwards. And they go down. Shola, shout out to you. Undercover Manager said, I just need one more goal for my bet and a nice £50 profit. I hope it comes through for you. George said, Valencia should be on a hat-trick. Adam said, I won with my first bet over 0.5 and won in the first half. Very good. Yeah, very good. Right. Ball is going to be played forwards. Goal kick here by Ecuador. We are into the final 5 minutes of this first half. Ball in the air, bouncing around into the middle of the park. Ecuador picking up the ball. Qatar breaking. Qatar, numbers back for Ecuador, though. They've got nowhere to go. Couldn't get past the Ecuadorian defender either, but there was plenty of numbers back in the end. Ball in the middle. Qatar trying to build. Tell you what, Qatar will just freak if they score, let alone if they win a game. Even if they can just get a World Cup goal. They've never been at a World Cup, so even just having a goal that they can watch back at the World Cup, like, that would be massive for them. It would be great if we could see shots of the crowds in Ecuador. Do you know what I mean? Like, tuning in to watch this at, like, in their capital. Because this is the World Cup. You know that people in these countries are going to be sat around big kind of fan zones, massive outdoor TVs in the capital city centers and all this kind of stuff. Like, it'd be good if we could see that. Ball going over to the right-hand side for Qatar. They're in their own half at the moment. We're around the halfway line. They are a possession-based team, but they're struggling with possession. They've only had 37% possession at the moment, which is quite low for them, actually. Ecuador doing a lot better in that regard. So Ecuador, 60% of the ball. 3 shots. Qatar have only had 1, skied it over. It was a country mile over. 1 big chance for Ecuador, nothing for Qatar. 80% passing accuracy for Ecuador, 70% for Qatar. All the numbers are very much in Ecuador's favor. I can tell you that Valencia is down. There's concern here. He's down. I mean, like, if they lose him, this is going to be a big, big loss. We're seeing the Qatari fans. Look at the Qatari fans bouncing up and down in the stand. They're trying to get behind their team, and it'll be a big lift for Qatar if Valencia's not going to be able to continue. Scorer of 2 goals. And there's a stretcher coming on. The stretcher's coming on. He's down. He's got his leg out stretched. To be honest, if he needs to miss the rest of this game to ensure that his World Cup is not over, then I recommend doing it. He's already got 2 goals for his side. If there's any sort of gamble, I would not take that risk. There's a little hobble as he's on his feet. Doesn't need the stretcher. He's making his way over to the side of the pitch. So we have got a little break in play at the moment. Ernie said, this is the best match. WW Action Figure said, who do you support? I support England. I would like to see Wales do well, USA do well, Canada do well. The only countries that I am not... France is probably the one country that I really don't want to see win it. The only reason I say that is because they won it in 2018. So I'm very much of the opinion, let someone else win it. So France is the only country that I really, really do not want to see win the World Cup. Because they've won it. The French people got to celebrate in 2018. Like, give someone else a go. Do you know what I mean? I think it'll be Brazil that takes it, but obviously it's going to be very interesting as we go through the week and get to see all the different teams. Sometimes a lot of the favourites don't look brilliant at the start. A lot of the favourites can take a little while to get going. Valencia is continuing, though. Valencia is continuing. He's up on his feet, walking around. This is a sloppy match. Qatar play... Beep, said Harith. Blueberry said they won't sub him off in the 44th. They'll give him till half time to recover that. Yeah, true. Just don't take any risks with him. It's just not worth it. 2-0 up. Looking very commanding as well. I mean, sure, look, Qatar can absolutely get back into this game. Of course they can, but it's not worth risking losing him for the whole World Cup. Here's Qatar on the ball then. Around the halfway line, there's going to be 5 added minutes. 5 added minutes. Because of that break in play, what with Valencia being down for so long. Obviously, we had the VAR check as well. That also took time out of the game. Ball being played back. Qatar have got it in their own half, not getting anywhere. Ball's just being passed around. And we're not seeing any nice long balls forward by Qatar. It is a very passing, ground-based game. Ball being played forwards. Coming over to the right-hand side. Into the middle. Again, making the way forward. Going over. Passing around defense into midfield. Yeah, I mean, they just need to keep the ball for a little bit, pass it around, get a feel of it, just get some confidence, get some momentum, get into the rhythm of the game. Like, it does feel like they just got absolutely shell-shocked. Like, Ecuador just came out and just absolutely stormed them. There was a goal that got disallowed within the first few minutes of the game. And I think that just really shook them up. I mean, Qatar need to go in at halftime, just refresh, regroup, get themselves mentally in the right place. They are better than what they're showing. They're better than what they're showing. They need to sort things out, sort them out quick. Because 2-0 they can still come back from if they get a goal at the start of the second half. But they have given themselves a mountain, definitely. And to be honest, a draw does not help either team. Ball going over. Lovely ball. That was a nice long ball. It's played into the middle. Ecuador pick it up, though. It's a nice long ball over to the left-hand side. Ball going down the line here. Ecuador chasing after it. They go down. Ball goes out of play. Shola said, is it too late to play the fantasy game? Well, you won't get points for the first week. But you obviously will be able to still join and score for the second week. And I would urge you do it because there will be plenty of people that join and take part for the second week. So I would do it. You're just going to miss out on this first round of games. They won the Asian Cup, said it's Rich B. Yep, that's true. Little while ago, back in 2019, you would have thought that they would have just been improving and kicking on. But, I mean, I suppose the lockdown and everything really got in the way of all of that and the pandemic and everything. So, I don't know, maybe that really hurt their progress. But they drew with Chile, for example. I mean, I don't see that as a bad result. I think they're ranked 50th in the world, to give you perspective. It's not like they're ranked 100 and something. They're ranked about 50th in the world. They're actually not the lowest ranked team at this tournament, Qatar. Believe it or not, Ghana are the lowest ranked team. So a lot of people look at Qatar thinking they're just going to be absolutely abysmal. And they've not done much to dissuade that opinion in this first half, but they are better than what they are showing. Joe said this should be 3. Unlearning said last game they played was 2018 friendly where Qatar beat Ecuador 4-3. Oh, that's interesting. Unlearning, shout out to you. Did the Qatar player fall by himself? What does he want? Attention. Oh, I can't say I saw that. Here they go, driving forward. They've had a bit more possession. As we said, we are seeing that possession starting to creep up now. It was in about 35%, then it went to 40%. Now it's at 45% for Qatar. So Qatar are gaining more and more of the ball, more and more possession. They seem to be growing into this game a bit, which is a positive, but also a bit of a negative because we're about to go to halftime. Ball being played over to the right-hand side. A goal now would be massive. Oh, that was a big moment for Qatar. Ball was whipped into the middle, headed towards goal, and he puts it wide. That's heartbreak for Qatar. Was he offside? He must have been offside. He must have been offside. I feel like if we would check that, I think it would be questionable as to whether that would have been onside or not. Yeah, it's true. That's a big miss. If he was onside, that is a big miss. They're saying that it should be 2-1. I would have been interested to have seen if that was onside or not. The first half has come to an end. Wow. Wow. Ball is whipped in. It comes right in. He heads it. The goal is right in front of him. The ball goes... Yeah, there is some hobbling there by Valencia. There's a bit of concern for Valencia. Harif said the goal was right in front of the Qatar's face. And they missed it. It's embarrassing. That was their only touch in the box right at the end of the half. It's funny because we were saying they're growing, they're building. You could look at the possession and see that we went from 35% possession to 40% to 46%. They were really growing with the possession. And then all of a sudden they whipped that ball in. He's in the centre. I would have been very interested to have looked at VAR and seen if he was offside because it felt really close to me. Either way, it absolutely botched it. Ali absolutely botched it. In front of goal, should have got it on target and ended up putting it well wide. Let's have a look at Ali and see what we can find out about him. Alamez Ali's reward for top scoring at the Gold Cup was a beautiful cake. It's a fitting prize for a pure sugar rush of an attacker, a dynamic goal scorer who became the first player in history to score in 3 different continental tournaments after netting the first of 4 goals in the Gold Cup against Panama, adding to his exploits at the Copa America and Asian Cup. The Asian Cup serves as a good indicator of his ability as he guided Qatar to historic success in the 2019 final, scoring a quite delicious overhead kick in the 3-1 win over Japan. That goal, his 9th in the tournament, was a record, breaking the mark set by Iran legend Ali Dail. And it articulated his elegance. I mean, none of these things were on show as he missed that header just. But his country's record goal scorer. This is a player whose speed can leave defenders in treacle if given space. But against teams in an organised low block, he might get stuck himself. So there we go. He is regarded as the main goal scorer. He is the main man for Qatar. He was right in front of goal. Ball was whipped in, and he absolutely botched it. He could not have botched it more if he tried. It was an incredible level of botching. We've got expected goals as well. Expected goals. So expected goals for Ecuador is 0.99. and they've managed to get 2. And expected goals for Qatar is 0.28, very, very low, and clearly they don't have any. Watch FIFA World Cup on Marfsa Creation. Marfsa Creation, shout out to you. You're annoying, but shout out to you. These guys going through some dramatic pain and turmoil after tackles football pro wrestling hybrids. Sign of a poor player stood between both posts. Ball comes in, and rather than bullet header, goes for glancing header, looking for a flick on. Yeah, interesting. Really interesting. And it is 2-0 to Ecuador. If you are joining us, there was a disallowed goal. And yeah, it's been a fun first half. I can't believe how quick that first half has gone. I can't believe how fast that has come at us, basically. I can't, yeah. I was like, it feels like it was on for all of 5 minutes. There was so many talking points. Really fun first half. Second half, I mean, it might just die a death. Ecuador might just shut the back door, really keep things tight, really, they don't need to be looking for goals. Obviously, if Ecuador are going forward, they're going to leave themselves a bit open at the back. So do you just take the 2-0? As we've said before, though, it's a bit tricky because goals here could be very, very important. It could come down to Senegal and Ecuador, who scored the most goals. So do you run that risk? Do you just play as you was? It did feel like Qatar were getting more into the game, in all fairness. If Qatar get an early goal in the second half, things could get very frustrating. Very nervy for Ecuador. This match is fun to watch, says Nidula. They're going to make the Qatar coach vanish. Yeah, I bet the Qatar coach is on the sidelines going, I thought we paid them. I read that we were meant to be winning this. What the hell is going on? Oh, that's fun, isn't it? Look at that. That's fun. So here on SofaScore, we've actually got, look at that, a little graphic that shows you the ball whipped in. There was Ali. And his header, you can see the dotted line as to where it went. So it was a missed header by Ali in that first half. That's quite a bit of information that they are giving us here. So I think because that was the last shot on goal, we get to see what it looks like. That's nice. We can use that quite a bit during the World Cup. Yeah, I mean, 2 goals. They're just saying that really puts him in the running for the Golden Boot already, which is true, actually. Let's have a look and see how many goals the Golden Boot winner won. Top goal scorer, World Cup 2018. How many did they get? It was Harry Kane. 6. Harry Kane was the Golden Boot winner, which is given to the top goal scorer. He got the most goals at the last World Cup with 6. Valencia, after one half, is on 2. Like, that is pretty good, isn't it? That is pretty good. Harry Kane was top goal scorer. In joint second was Mbappe, Ronaldo, Cheryshev, Lukaku, and Griezmann. They were all joint second at the last World Cup. So Mbappe should be up there again. Ronaldo, will he be up there again? Griezmann, maybe, now that Benzema is out. So, yeah, interesting. 2 goals already in one half. When is the next member thing? When are we next on the web or sending in videos? Don't know. I don't know. My focus has been on the World Cup, so I've not given any WEP stuff any thought recently. There will be a WEP, but yeah, I mean, right now I would not have time to go through submissions. It's full-on World Cup right now. Next match is tomorrow. 3 matches tomorrow, yes. Ishi, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Nocto says, hello, everyone. Hope you are enjoying the kickoff of the World Cup. It's been very good. It's been very fun. Golden Boot scorer is tough to predict as sometimes players score several goals in a game. I remember a player scoring 5 in the 1994 World Cup. Well, that will absolutely put them in the mix. I mean, if they get 5 in one game, they are right up there, regardless of what else happens. As we said, Harry Kane won the Golden Boot with 6 at the last World Cup, and everyone in second place scored 4. So 5 goals in one game would have been good enough for that person to have finished second in the World Cup Golden Boot standings at the last World Cup. So, yeah, Valencia really putting himself in the conversation. Andy said, huge chance missed for Qatar right before halftime whistle. The delivery into the box was superb. Mr. Captain said, can you sing the football coming home song? I can, but Euro 2020 taught me that people get very tired of that very quickly. So I'm going to try and keep it to potentially just England streams. But Salenko was the person's name, and he never was heard from again. Oh, ominous. Scored 5 goals in one game in 1994. Where did he finish in the standings then? Let's have a look. I have no idea who the top goal scorers were in 94. Top goal scorers, World Cup 1994. Let's have a look. Joint first. He ended up joint first with 6. Again, 6 was enough to win the Golden Boot. 6. So he finished joint first with 6. And look at that. He was up there with the legend that was Stoichkov from Bulgaria. Amazing player. Amazing player. I don't know how many he got in his career, but it was tons. Tons. Has it got that information? Champions League, Super Cup, Major League. 82 games, 36 goals. Not as many as I thought, actually. But for considering that's Bulgaria, that's not bad at all. 36 goals. Wonderful player. Wonderful player. So, yeah, he played for Russia. That's Salenko and Stoichkov. Both of them sharing the Golden Boot in 94 with 6. Let's have a look at France. France 98. Top goal scorers. France 98. The winner got 6 goals. 6 goals again. Means this seems to be the number, isn't it? This is what you need to aim for. 6 goals. Oh, look, where's that list gone? Just said Davor Suker got 6 goals. Gabriel Batistuta got 5. Christian Vieri of Italy got 5 as well. So Suker with 6 goals was top scorer in 98. I'm not going to check every World Cup, but it's just funny how all of them are 6 at the moment. In all fairness, 6 would have got you the Golden Boot in 2002. It would have done it, but Ronaldo for Brazil, Brazilian Ronaldo, he actually scored 8. Second place was Closer and Rivaldo, both getting 5. So 6 would have done it, but Ronaldo just, is Ronaldo and got 8 instead. So, yeah, it looks like 6 is the number to go for if you want to get the Golden Boot. Brian said, I'm pretty sure every match of the World Cup is free to watch for anyone that has got channels. It should be free to watch. Yeah, it should be. It should be out there and available for people to be able to enjoy. They don't tend to put the World Cup behind like paywalls and things like that. It should be out there for people. And we should be getting underway with the second half very, very soon. Oh, look at this. We can actually look at like the goals and everything and the misses. Oh my God, this is so good. This is so good. Look at that. That is the what one was this one? That was a miss. So that was a miss in the 33rd minute by Qatar. Let's have a look at Ecuador. What have we got here? So that was the goal. That was the penalty. Got put in the corner. Then that was a miss. It was went over the bar by Ecuador. That was the goal. So ball was whipped into the middle and then it was headed right into the corner. Bang. Yeah. Could be a little clearer, in all fairness, but that's nice. Gives you a rough idea. Right, players are making their way out now, so we are going to be underway with this second half very, very soon. Morocco could be underrated in terms of squad. There are some names that play in top clubs, says Easy99. Must admit, they're not a team that's on my radar, Morocco. I don't have expectations, high expectations from them at all, to be honest. But they could be. Maybe they'll surprise me and catch me off guard as well. Right, Valencia has come back out. Valencia is back out, so that is big news for them. So they have made their way out, and we're about to get underway with this second half. Hopefully it can be as entertaining as the first, which was a lot of fun. And we should be getting underway with this very, very soon. Yeah, he does know that his nation needs to score next. Qatar really do need the next goal. A third goal by Ecuador would absolutely finish this game. Absolutely would finish this game. Let's make that a bit bigger and kick off. And we are underway. There we go. Second half underway. Right. I bet third goal will be scored by Qatar or Ecuador, says Adam. So you think there will be a third goal? They're playing? Yeah. I agree, actually. I think there is another goal in this game. I think there is another goal here. Right, so now we've got Ecuador that are going from left to right. Qatar are going from right to left. Trying to pick up the ball. They will hopefully have got refocused. They know how much this means to their country. They've done a lot of work and preparation for this game. So they are not going to want to embarrass themselves at all here. And so far, that first half has been quite disappointing by Qatar. They're on the ball at the moment, though, and as we can see, they are pretty close in regards to possession. Both sides with one big chance in that first half. One big chance each. Ball being played forwards. Ball in the middle of the park, going over to the wing. Ecuador driving forward down that left-hand side, taking a look. Into the middle, there's Valencia. As soon as it comes to him, Qatar are straight onto him. They are very aware of the threat that he possesses now. But he has come out in this second half. I bet Ronaldo will get further than Messi in the World Cup this year, says Edwards. Uruguay, don't sleep on them. Yeah, I agree with that. Uruguay are definitely a team to keep an eye on. I agree with that. Were you surprised when Regal helped MJF? Not really, no. I think it was pretty much expected. I'm not just saying that as like, no, knew that it was going to happen type thing, but it'd been a big part of a conversation during the actual stream. So, it'd been like a big topic of conversation. So it's not as if it came out of nowhere. It's not as if we hadn't already spoke about it. I think Nunes will win the Golden Boot, says Edwards. Mr. Meme said, what will Qatar do against Senegal and Netherlands? Judging by this performance, lose. I mean, I don't have much optimism for them if they can't beat Ecuador. I think second half, a big second half performance here, if they have a good showing, get 2 goals and draw this game. I mean, obviously if they get 3, that'd be stunning, but even if they can just get something out of this game, that might give them some optimism going forward. But their next game is against Senegal, I believe, Qatar. Lovely ball going over to the left-hand side. Just a bit too much on it, and it ends up going out of play, straight out of play. Frustration there by Qatar. Netherlands is going to embarrass Qatar, said Harris. As soon as Regal said MJF would be stupid to use the diamond ring, I knew the Brass Knucks would play its part, says Moldy. I called Regal turning weeks ago, says Undercover Manager. JB's production said USA have been training with their hands tied behind their back to get used to playing with their feet when playing football. Ball playing forward into the hands of the Qatari keeper. Already about 4 minutes into this half. And no goal conceded, which we were pretty close to seeing our first goal scored at this World Cup in like 3 minutes of the first half. But it was ruled out in the end. Ball going back, going across that back line. I've been quite impressed with Ecuador. Nice crosses. And really decent long balls. Whereas Qatar seem to be a bit more ground-based. Don't see as much in the air from those guys. And I would say question marks around the goalkeeper. Didn't look great in that first game at all. Still only 2-0, though. I mean, honestly, at the start of this game, it looked like they were going to get smashed. They conceded after 3 minutes. Then they conceded a penalty after 16. You kind of look at it and think, damn, we might be staring at a 5-0, 6-0 here. But here we are in the 50th minute. It's still 2-0. Qatar can still get back into it, but next goal is critical. Qatar pulling the ball back. They managed to get to the edge of the area. Ecuador getting to the edge of the Qatar area. Qatar have got the ball. They're in their own half, throwing it in to the center. Ball bouncing around. It's cleared up in the air into the halfway line. It's headed forward. Qatar have got it. They've got it down on the ground, looking to try and pass it around into the center. Ball into the middle. Again, a bit of a dead end, trying to find a way forwards. Nice, they're into the Ecuador half. Goes over to that left-hand side. They are being driven backwards a little bit here. Ball going into the center again. So Qatar launching the ball forward. Bounces off an Ecuadorian player. They're now going to look to break. They commit players forwards. We're seeing Plata on the other wing. Too much. Yeah, tried to play the ball forward there, and the Ecuador player tried to get onto the end of it, but just put too much onto it. Again, ball going over to that right-hand side. Oh, took a shot from a hell of a distance. About 20 yards out there and just ballooned into the sky. So, not brilliant. USA, we read that. 4-0, I reckon, said Undercover Manager. It says 4-0, trust me. Just because Senegal don't have Marnie doesn't mean they're bad. One player doesn't make Team Senegal. They have Saad, Diat, Mendy, Koulibaly, Gueye, Kanate, many other great players. That is true. That is true. I mean, a lot of their attacks do go through Mane, though. He is undeniably the star of the team. There will be other players that come in. The thing with Senegal is, I mean, you are right, defensively, they're very sound, and Mane has little to do with that. Like, defensively, they're still going to be sound. The problem they've got is that their main threat, attacking-wise, is Mane. And from an England perspective, I'd much rather be facing Senegal without Mane than with Mane, if that is going to be our opponent in the next round. But there's a lot of football that needs to be played before we start having those conversations. And 3 points tomorrow for England would be absolutely fantastic. Ball in the middle. Oh, good work there by Ecuador. Trying to whip the ball into the centre. It just seemed to get caught behind a couple of Ecuadorian players. Yeah, some good work there. Over on that left-hand side, whipped into the middle. Someone just needed to really wrap their foot around it. Look at that by Plata. Stays on his feet as well. Brilliant play by Plata. And he was a name that we kind of pulled out before the game. Very, very good player. And he was just showing it there, weaving past a couple of Qatari players. Let's see if we can find some more information on Plata. Plata is a dribbling virtuoso. Plata is considered one of the best players in Ecuador's squad for Qatar and will be their leader in the coming years. During his childhood, he was glued to a ball and a hyperactive child who liked to play at all times. In the 2019 Under-20 World Cup in Poland, where Ecuador finished third, they awarded him the bronze ball for his outstanding contribution. Currently a starter at Real Valladolid, he grew up in the suburbs of Guayaquil, and his first house was made of cane. It's gotta be cane. But his destiny was football, where when he was only 5, he started playing the game and trying out for various clubs. He had a trial at Araca Forte before he was offered his big opportunity at Independent del Valle. For him, family means total happiness. I do find some of these write-ups. Here's Ecuador, edge of the box, shot, saved by the keeper. Edge of the box there by Ecuador. I do find some of these write-ups are to be quite emotive. Talking about childhood and all this kind of stuff. They don't bother telling you about how great the left foot is or the right foot or anything like that. Instead, I know that he grew up in a house made of cane. Candy cane. But there we go. Plata dribbling virtuoso. Good save by the keeper there. Legend Killer says, come on, Ecuador. Harif said Ecuador had the strike and keeper makes the save. Morocco not going to beat Canada, Belgium, or Croatia, says Adam. Trying to clear the ball. Falls to Qatar. Qatar player goes down. Referee blows his whistle. 10 minutes into second half. Nice opportunity there. Egypt beat Belgium the other day 2-1, says Edward. That's interesting. Easy 99 said Morocco are ranked 22nd in the world. They are the second best African team behind Senegal. Just seeing the Qatari player Afif go down there, screaming in pain. He's back up on his feet. Qatar really do need to be getting a goal. They've still got time. Still got time. We've still got over half an hour. But they do need to find 2 goals. And at the moment, they're struggling to get out their own half. Ball played back. So, nearly, we are a few minutes away from the hour mark in this one. Hassan playing the ball forward, switching it over to the right-hand side. You can, again, 49-51 on possession. Just looking at total shots, 4-2. Nothing on target for Qatar. So, 4 shots. It's 50-50 now. On possession, 50-50. So possession is actually even. It feels like Ecuador have had more of the ball. But according to SofaScore, it's 50-50. Total shots 5-2. The big difference, 3 on target for Ecuador, nothing for Qatar. No shots, they can't even watch a shot on target. The best that they can rewatch is that missed header from the first half that got put wide. That is the best moment in their World Cup history so far. Ecuador on the ball, in their own half, playing it over to the left-hand side. Again, trying to just play little triangles, passing it around, goes back to their defense. You know, sometimes if you can't find that forward pass, it's better to just keep the ball, play it backwards, play it sideways. Obviously, you don't want to do that too much. England can be guilty of that, falling into the trap of just playing it sideways, playing it back, and not actually progressing with the ball. Like, that's something England are very guilty of. England need to do better at finding those forward passes. But, yeah, Ecuador are doing all right with that, in all fairness. Again, nice forward pass, played out to the side. Forward pass goes backwards into their own half. Forward again. Again comes back. It's bouncing around that halfway line at the moment. Qatar doing some good pressing. Not allowing Ecuador out of their own half. Ball being switched over. Nice switch of play. There we go from the one side to the other side. We're on the right-hand side at the moment. Back to the centre-backs. Ecuadorian centre-backs just in front of their keeper. Goes over now to the left-hand side. So we've probed down the left. We've probed down the right. Some lovely footwork on display there. I don't know who that was. But some lovely footwork. Ecuador driving forward. Long ball. No one there for it. That was a bit of a waste. Ecuador probably needed to do something better with that. Needed to be a little bit more patient. We're not seeing Ecuador creating the kind of chances they were at the start of the game. There's been a few moments in this second half for them. Certainly more for them than Qatar. But we're not seeing necessarily the same output as what we saw at the start of the first. Do you think we get top 4 this year as we are turning things around? Yeah, I mean, you'll be dangerous, I think, in the second part of the season. It feels like things are starting to click a bit for you, but yeah, you're going to be there or thereabouts. Whether you've left it a bit late, I don't know. Yeah, I think you probably will, to be honest. I think you'd have to be a brave person to rule out Liverpool finishing in the top 4. What are your thoughts on Unai Emery being Villa's manager? I think it's a good appointment. I think he's shown himself to be an excellent manager at Villarreal. So, yeah, I mean, Steven Gerrard did well in Scotland, but was unproven at any kind of elite level. And so, you know, unfortunately it didn't work out for him. I don't know where he goes now. Is there any rumours on what's next for Stevie G? I mean, that just really did not work out in the end, did it? But that's good. It's really good for Unai Emery. Really good. I'm really pleased for him. I think it's a good appointment by Villa as well. We're just seeing an Ecuadorian player down at the moment. It is Preciado, I believe his name is. Preciado. Let's have a look. Find out a bit about him. Speed. So he is, I believe, a midfielder, is he? He is full of setbacks. His story is full of setbacks being overcome. When he was 16, his father was arrested and put in prison. And it's still unclear why. And for several years, he had to live away from his family. But thanks to football, the defender was able to make a career. His father is now out of prison. Preciado established himself at Independiente del Valle in 2018. In 2019, he won the Copa Sudamericana. Jeez. With the club. After several seasons, he was sold to Genk, I can say that word, in Belgium, for whom he signed his contract till 2023. Preciado is passionate collector of trainers and an admirer of Cristiano Ronaldo. So there we go. That loads about him. Ecuador's Preciado slid to save the ball. Did he tweak his ankle? He tried to save the ball. Well, he was down. He's back up on his feet now. Ball being played back to Qatar. It's with their defense. Must say this half is a bit quieter, a bit slower than what we was enjoying in that first half. Absolutely flew by. Second half, 15 minutes in, 17 minutes in, a little bit slower. But ball being played forwards. Qatar battling for the ball, but it's going to be an Ecuador free kick on the edge of their area. Adam said on flash score, it's 54-46 Qatar ball possession. 53-47 to Ecuador is what I've got according to Sofa Score at the moment. Or 52-48. It's going to be around the kind of same, it's not like 80-20 to someone. Some of these websites may just slightly differ. To be honest, I thought they got all the information from the same place, to be honest, but clearly not. Straight into the hands of the Qatari keeper. Right, he throws it out. Goes back to one of his defenders. Defender bringing the ball out from defense. Driving forward. Gives the ball away. That's a mistake. Straight to the Ecuadorian midfield. They play it back to their defense right now. This game seems to have settled into the game I think people were fearing, where both teams are just passing it around, and it's maybe a bit more sterile. Not got the excitement of that first half. I suppose Ecuador just don't need to take any risks like they did in the first half, in all fairness. Winning the game, get the 3 points, move on with your life. Ball goes straight out of play. There are the Qatari fans. Qatar fans. Bouncing up and down. In fine voice as well. They're going to enjoy it whatever happens. Yeah, whatever the outcome, they are going to enjoy it. But at the moment, they are losing 2-0 to Ecuador. Ball going over to the right-hand side. Here comes Qatar. I would like Qatar to score, in all fairness. Don't know when Qatar are going to get back to the World Cup, in all fairness. I mean, it would be nice to see them score. I think Gerrard should have gone to a championship team or League One before going to the Premier League. Footballers go from excruciating pain to full recovery and running around in minutes. They have got super healing powers. Ball going down the line. It's cleared. Nothing being created, though. Goes all the way back to the Qatari goalkeeper. Easy99 said Hakimi, Ziyech, Bono, Yousef, and Naisri. Saiss Mazraoui play for Morocco. They are underrated. They are a team to watch, says Easy99. To be honest, do you think I'll see my country at the World Cup? Yeah, well, I mean, the next World Cup, it goes up with teams that are going to be there. Scotland were not that far away this time, were they? It's not like you were a million miles off. I mean, you lost to Ukraine, didn't you? And then Ukraine went to face Wales, and Wales got the victory. So we go from 34 to 48 teams. Scotland might be one of those additional teams. I mean, you need to just kind of kick on a little bit. I mean, I think there's a good chance you qualify for the next World Cup. Right, there's going to be a substitution here for Ecuador. Substitution for Ecuador. I think Gerrard might go abroad, says Edwards. Substitute coming on, yes. Come on, Ecuador, said Legend Killer. Ball in the middle of the park, and an Ecuador player goes down. He's right back up, trying to take the free kick quickly, but referee not having it. Sarmiento is about to come on for Ecuador. What can we learn about Sarmiento? Sarmiento is a midfielder. Despite having Spanish and English nationality, Sarmiento has never renounced his Ecuadorian roots. The 19-year-old attacker may have worn the shirts of Spanish and English teams when he was young, but his heart was inclined towards the tricolour flag. A video game lover, the Brighton winger made his debut for the Ecuador team in October 2021 in a qualifier against Bolivia before being called up to Ecuador's senior team. He had a bad experience at under 15 level where the doors were closed to him. Despite that disappointment, Sarmiento never lost his ambition to play for Ecuador. So apparently plays for Brighton. Not familiar with him, to be honest. Plays for Brighton, 20 years old. Born in Spain and played for England at a young level. But here he is representing Ecuador at a World Cup. And we are approaching the 70th minute. So we are approaching the final 20 minutes of this game. Ball going over to the right-hand side. Down the line. Little bit on it, though. But it does get back-heeled. Back-heeled, kept in play. Qatar battling away, though. Bringing the ball out. Very good work. They need to make sure they're not being too cute. Get it clear into the middle of the park. Ball being passed around. I'd imagine a lot of the teams, probably all the teams, are sat down watching. No drinks breaks. No drinks breaks in this game at all. Neither side is looking like they're feeling the effects of the heat. Granted, both from hot countries, though. But, yeah, I think that's interesting. It looks, I mean, just visually, it looks quite comfortable to, like, play in this stadium. Ball being played forward by Qatar. Here we go. Qatar going into Ecuador's half. Ecuador have got numbers back, though. Ball into the centre. It was over on the left-hand side. Ball being progressed forwards. Oh, good work there by Ecuador. Crunching tackle. Gets the ball. Bringing it out. They're now driving forwards. Ecuador trying to find a way of passing it into the midfield. There's a little knock there. It's going to be a free kick. What do you think the advantage and disadvantage of VAR is? VAR has kind of ruined football. I think the advantage of VAR is that if there's any major decision, if there's something major that goes against you, I mean, I remember England scoring a goal against Germany in 2010, and it wasn't given, even though the ball crossed the line. And I understand that can be fixed with goal line technology, but you know, things like that, like penalties that don't get given that should have been given. And, you know, VAR is there to clean those things up. I mean, it's kind of nice to have talking points in the game and things to debate and things to talk about. But bottom line is, if your team was being screwed over by one of those decisions, like if England get knocked out of the World Cup because of a dodgy decision, like I would be absolutely livid. And so VAR eliminates that. This video analysis lets us go back and look at these incidents from different angles and ensure that the right decision is being made. The downside of it is that it can take a long time to make that decision. And the other downside is that, for example, a goal now, you know, is scored and every goal gets checked for anything that's wrong, offside, any push-in, any little incident, anything in the build-up to the goal. If anything's wrong, the goal is ruled out. And so what you end up now is goals being scored, people celebrating, and then moments later the goal gets disallowed because someone pushed someone in the background or something like this. And, you know, what that does now is it causes confusion with fans and players not quite knowing as to whether the goal is going to count or not. Back in the day, a goal was a goal, and that was it. As soon as the goal was scored, that was it. Like, if it had been offside, it would have been flagged as offside, so you knew already it wasn't offside. Whereas now you've got this, I just don't know, I don't know. Is it a goal? Is it not a goal? The confusion is a big problem. The confusion is really disappointing. Right, we've got a free kick, so there's positives, there's negatives with most things in life. Right, we've got a free kick. This is going to be interesting. We have got a free kick for Ecuador on the edge of the Qatar penalty area, the penalty box. It's over to the right-hand side from the keeper's perspective. This could be a problem. We know that Ecuador are good at whipping in crosses. There's not loads of numbers in there. Qatar have got the numbers advantage. Ball is whipped in, headed clear by Qatar. Headed clear by Qatar. Comes back to the wing. Ecuador playing the ball back. Trying to find a way forward. Ball goes out of play. Qatar did well to deal with that. Ali, who is their star striker, he has been taken off. And Muntari has been brought on. So what can we learn about Muntari? Muntari. There are two things that immediately jump out with Muntari. One is his languid stature, and the other is his infectious smile. I'm getting this information from The Guardian newspaper. I feel like I'm on a dating site. Live, love, laugh reads his Instagram bio, and that's exactly the uplifting figure that he is around the dressing room. There's been plenty of smiles during his Qatar career, as the Ghana-born striker has a decent haul of 13 goals in 43 games for his adopted country. He's an enjoyable player to watch, skillful and technical, opposed to being a big target man. He will serve as backup for Ali, although he can also be deployed behind Ali. Well, Ali has just been taken off, and Muntari has been brought on in his place. Days, would you say Nunes has flopped at Liverpool as I did? Say he'd flop, but in my opinion, I may have been wrong. I think it was too early to judge if he had flopped or not. I think there was a settling in period. I think he had flopped, but I think that he's starting to find his feet now and get into a groove. So, shot there by Qatar, and a fifth from range goes well over the bar, goes sailing over the bar. Yeah, starting to move the ball a little bit quicker. 20 more minutes. Wow, not even that. Not even that. Not been the most gripping of halves, this one, in all fairness. Not as gripping as what we've seen in the first half. Might see some more substitutions being made. Don't let Qatar win, said Z100KU. Qatar still can't score, says Harith. Quatinda. Right, we are seeing Valencia going off. It looks like Valencia's not going to be able to add to his 2 goals. It doesn't look like there's going to be a hat-trick for him here today. Hopefully he's going to be all right, though, and still going to be able to add to the 2 goals he got here. I'm sure he'll still be happy with that, and he'll be over the moon if Qatar don't score, and obviously Ecuador go on to win this game. Qatar have a future as NFL kickers, says Stone 9540. Mark said, England and USA are going to qualify for the knockouts. Joe said, I'm enjoying this game. Rage Kid said, are you going to stream every game? We're doing 40 of the 60 odds. So all the knockout games we're doing. Vast majority of the group games. I mean, every day we're doing like 2 or 3 games. There are some, because we are also going to continue to do the wrestling streams that we do on this channel. There are some that are going to be a bit tricky to do. To be honest, a lot of them are just really games I don't think people are going to be that bothered by anyway. So, yeah, I mean, pretty much we are here for the World Cup. We are doing 3 games tomorrow. 3 games. That is going to be so full on. Yellow card being shown. After watching this 1 game, I can now appreciate how full on 3 games in a row is going to be. Afif standing on Platter's leg, and Afif picking up a yellow. He's cutting a very frustrated figure. Platter limping a little bit as Ecuador have got a free kick. Going to look to whip this in. So ball is down, looking for a free kick, looking to whip this in. Ecuador kept quite low, actually. Ball up in the air. Qatar clear it. Still in their own half. They're trying to break, but Ecuador keeping a hold of the ball. Ball being passed around. They're getting some possession joy here. Ecuador. Ball going over to the right wing. Down the line. Platter playing it back into the midfields. Casado. I could see this team being a little tricky. Oh, that's nice. Onside, are they? Ball in the middle. Oh, shot. Oh, just put over. Just put over by Ecuador. Flag does go up, though. Flag does go up. Yeah, that was a nice little break, actually. Good break by Ecuador, but it was offside in the end. Ecuador were going to score a 3rd, and he missed. Who else is in this group? This group is Netherlands and Senegal. They are the 2 teams that are expected to qualify. So I think, like, whoever lost this game, I think they're pretty much out. Because I can't see whoever lost this going on to beat Netherlands or Senegal. So it really looks like Qatar are going out in the group stage. Which is not going to be the biggest of surprises. The only thing you didn't know about Qatar was they had won the Asian Cup in 2019. They were the home country. Home country with home support. You know, they always tend to dig a little deeper, do a little better than expected. Qatar, in all fairness, I think it just took them too long to get into the game. This second half, they've still been outplayed, but they haven't conceded in this second half yet. Here come Ecuador, though. Platter, ball in the middle, edge of the area, trying to dink it through. Can Ecuador get a shot off? We're around the penalty box. Qatar have got numbers back now, and we're into the final 10 minutes. Final 10 minutes. Ball being played through. That's a great ball. Keeper comes out, grabs a hold of it. Platter was desperately trying to get onto the end of it. The keeper just getting there first. Keeper had to get involved there. He had to come racing out, jump onto that ball. Look at this. Oh, there just wasn't quite as much weight on that ball then. Platter could have got to that. Underrated team that you're afraid to face. Denmark, Switzerland. Switzerland would be a team I'd be worried about. Denmark would be a team that I'm worried about. I mean, it's hard to know if they're underrated. I always find the underrated question a bit tricky because I don't know how Denmark are rated. I don't know how Switzerland are rated. But, yeah, I'd be worried. Those 2 are the 2 that come to mind first of all. Maybe Uruguay as well. Again, I don't know how they're rated, but they've got some great players. Uruguay have got some great players. Getting into the final 9 minutes, we're starting to see some of these fans getting quite animated. The Qatar coach, clearly this has not gone to plan. Ball being thrown in. It's all Ecuador at the moment. Edge of the area. Bringing the ball down onto the insides. It feels like if there's going to be a goal, it's going to be Ecuador that's going to get it. Into the middle. Ball being played back. Down the line. Ecuador player goes down. Looks like it's going to be a very juicy free kick here for Ecuador. Don't think it's shooting range. Looks like it is well outside of the penalty area, but definitely could whip a ball in and cause a problem. RIP Green Power Ranger, David Frank, MMA 49 News. Brandon, shout out to you. Easy99 says, who's got the best attacking force in this tournament? Probably Brazil. Like, they've got Vinicius Jr., Neymar, Rafinha, Anthony, Martinelli. I mean, they've just got so many incredible players. Their front line is just disgusting. It's just a who's who. I mean, let me bring them all up. Because there'll be some that I'm forgetting in there. Anthony, Gabriel Jesus, Martinelli, Neymar, Pedro, Rafinha, Richarlison, Rodrigo, and Vinicius Jr. I mean, Vinicius Jr. is just one of the best players in the world. Neymar is one of the best players in the world. Rafinha is at Barcelona. Anthony at Man United. Gabriel Jesus at Arsenal. Martinelli at Arsenal. I mean, it's stacked in it. What's scary about that attack is you could have, say, Neymar, Pedro, or maybe you could have like Anthony, Neymar, and Rafinha up front. Oh, wow, no, Anthony, Neymar, Vinicius Jr., something along those lines, right? Incredible. And then you turn to the bench, you got Martinelli, you got Jesus, you got Richarlison, you got Rafinha. Mental. Argentina's not bad at all. They've got Julian Alvarez. They've got Messi, Di Maria, Correa, Almeida, Dybala, Martinez. I mean, they are right up there as well. France are obviously very impressive, but they have just lost Benzema, which is going to really affect them. It's going to really affect them. They still possess Griezmann, Olivier Giroud, Mbappe, Ousmane Dembele, Muani. Benzema's gone. Kingsley Coman, Marcus Thuram. A couple of names there that, like, I mean, Marcus Thuram, I don't know that he's necessarily kicked on, but at the age of 25, plays for Borussia Mönchengladbach. Giroud plays for Milan. He's 36 now. You know, there's a couple of Benzema's out, for example. So there's a few names there that probably just let their attack down compared to Brazil. But still a wonderful attack. I think Brazil will play Neymar, Jesus, and Vinny up front, says Easy99. Harris said, if I get a penny every time there's a penalty, it was a penalty in this game, I would be rich. Do you see Bellingham going to Liverpool, City, United, or Real Madrid? Well, I think Liverpool are favourites. So I think Liverpool seem to be favourites for that. Here's Qatar! Oh, it's a great shot, but it's wide. I think part of the crowd thought it had gone in. That ball is just a long ball forwards. Look at this. From the defender pumps this ball forward. Wonderful ball. Long ball. Oh, man, and that shot. Look at this. Long ball forward. Breaks open the defense. He gets onto it, and it just loops over the bar. I tell you what, that would have been a worldie. If that had gone in, that would have been an absolute worldie goal. That would have been amazing if that had gone in. That would have been amazing. They've got their hands on their heads right now, the Qatari fans. That would have been one. That would have been a treat to have rewatched. That was Montari. You know, the guy that loves to live, love, laugh, according to his bio. Well, he loves to score worldie goals by the looks of it as well. Ball being whipped into the middle, and the Ecuador keeper claims it. David said, I heard that Meshaal might be called up. It wouldn't be the worst decision in the world, would it? Meshal's a good player. I mean, clearly not Benzema, but got to replace him with someone. Qatar thought they'd just scored, said David. Alex said, damn, that was close. Was close. It was good. Good attempt. Saying that they've had a really good day today. They've really enjoyed themselves, the Qatari fans. I mean, obviously, there's accusations that they've actually paid a load of fans to go and just have fun. So you never know with Qatar if what you're seeing is real or not. But either way, even if they've paid those fans haven't let them down. They've earned their money. They're jumping for joy, bouncing around, ball down the line. It's up in the air, going across and straight into the hands of the Qatari goalkeeper. Don't know what we've got here. Is it going to be a corner? Corner to Ecuador. Only a couple of minutes left to go. Only a couple of minutes left to go. Qatar goalkeeper collided with his own player. Qatar is self-destructing. Roof closed on this stadium, by the way. Lovely stadium. Is this where the final's going to be? I actually don't know where the final's going to be. Where can I find that out? Lusail. No, it's not here. It's not here. The final is going to be at Lusail. Lusail. What group have got that stadium? Lusail. Couple of games in Brazil's group. And also in the Portugal group are going to be at Lusail. Oh, actually, a few teams. Argentina as well. Lusail. Right. Plata on the ball. Loses the ball, though. Here's Qatar. Driving forwards. I mean, I think at this point it's done, innit? Looks like we're going to be getting a substitution for Ecuador. Just taking some time out of the game. Loves It said it's a ridiculous accusation. It's literally in Qatar. Why wouldn't there be Qatari fans? Yeah. I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? There's so much that's being thrown at Qatar right now because of the political environment that they are being accused of anything and everything at the moment. So, did you know Ecuador have got 3 players that play for Brighton? I didn't, but I do now. I knew about Casado, and then there was another one that just came on that I didn't know about. Here we go. A couple of substitutions. Franco and Rodriguez coming onto the pitch. Have Ecuador got more players that play for Brighton than England? That would be... I think they probably do, you know. Ecuador have got Estupinan. He plays for Brighton. Casado, as we know, plays for Brighton. And Sarmiento plays for Brighton. Is there a single Brighton player in the England side? I don't know that there is. I don't think there is, you know. I don't think there's a single Brighton player that plays, but yet there's 3 in the Ecuador side. That's pretty fun. 5 added minutes, but we've already had one of those. Easy99 said, do you think playing in the middle of league season is bad instead of playing after the end of the season? I think there's pros and cons. I mean, I think that it's bad for the build-up of the World Cup. The World Cup's just kind of snuck up on us. I also think that... so you've not had the builds and a lot of disruption with, obviously, the seasons. But there are advantages, and these players are fit. England players are going to be fit. They're right in the middle of the season. They haven't gone through a full, grueling season. In fact, I'm really interested to see how England are going to look here. England have got no excuses in regards to fitness. They should be absolutely peaking at this time of year. So I'm actually kind of excited to see. It's funny because it's mentioned in the new Three Lions song. They have a lyric saying that England haven't won for however many years, 50 odd years, however long it's been. But they know why. It's because we always have to play in the summer. But thankfully, this World Cup is December. And so I think the chorus is 3 lions on a shirt. You know, it's coming home this Christmas. It's coming home this Christmas is what they've added to the new song. If you get a chance to check it out, check it out. Parts of it are really funny. But yeah, I like that. I like the fact they're saying they know why England always struggle. It's because we always play the World Cups in the summer, but this one isn't. So it's coming home. It's a good video. It's a good video. There have been 5 players from Brighton ever to be in a World Cup, and 3 of them are on the pitch right now. Parker said 56 years of hurt. Yeah, some of the lyrics didn't quite fit that well into the new version. 56 years of hurt doesn't really work as well as 30 years of hurt. It's amazing, isn't it? Isn't that amazing? When the song came out, it had been 30 years since we won the World Cup. Now sitting here is 56. 3 Lions is 26 years old. Jesus. At the next World Cup in America, it'll be 60 years of hurt. 60 years of hurt. Never stop me dreaming. I'm watching the FIFA World Cup. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Politsk Calf said 3 lions on a sleigh. Jules Ramey still gleaming. Is that what it's called? I don't know what it's called. So I just presumed it was 3 Lions Christmas edition. I hope they did call it 3 Lions on a Sleigh. That'd be fun. Who do you think will theme World Cup? Who do you think will theme World Cup? What does that mean? Proves the song doesn't work, says David. Yeah, but as they said, it didn't work because the World Cup's always in the summer. This time, it's in the winter. Come on! It's coming home! Ball whipped into the middle and bounces wide. We're into the dying moments of this game. Joe said Argentina and Brazil aren't winning, whilst the Germans are still in it. Can never count out the Germans. You can never, ever count them out. Joe says, I remember that 3 Lions song. It's iconic. It's an absolute anthem. I mean, it's beyond an anthem. I feel like if you're a baby born in this country in England, you are born knowing that song. Amazingly, it's got to #1 in the charts, like, I think 3 times. There's probably a chance if England do well, it'll get there again, of course. There we go. The final whistle has gone, and that is the end. Not the most captivating second half. Not nowhere near as good as what the first half was. It's not about that, though. It's a big win, this, for Ecuador. That's the game has ended. This is a big win for Ecuador. It's going to be interesting to see if they are going to be a problem for Senegal. I mean, I feel like they are, you know. I think, Valencia is looking very sharp. They seem to break with some real speed. And they seem to have something about them, Ecuador. So, yeah, that's a big 3 points for them, but heartbreak for Qatar. Heartbreak for Qatar. You've got to look at Qatar now, think that's them out, really. I can't imagine that they're going to get a result against Netherlands or get a result against Senegal. So, Group A, Ecuador are top, played 1, won 1, 3 points. Qatar are bottom, played 1, lost 1, -2 goal difference, no points. But as we said, the 2 teams expected to get out of this group are going to be Netherlands and Senegal. Qatar just made history, but in a bad way. Ryan Gambler said, what's your prediction for USA Wales? Thanks for the stream. I might be boring and say draw. I just think that both teams are going to be up for it. Both teams are going to need it. Both teams are going to want it. And I think that we could still be in the dark because we're looking at that game tomorrow thinking the winner is likely to be the team that finishes second. But Iran's going to be a problem. Iran's going to be a real problem. But I think that it'll be a bit frustrating. I think after that game, we'll still be none the wiser. And I think it'll be a draw, and we'll be like, well, who's going to finish second now? And it's going to make the group quite tense. So, yeah, I think you've got to respect Wales. They've got some real talent. Of course, we've got Gareth Bale will be the best player on the pitch. Pulisic is obviously a wonderful player for USA. USA have got some skill in that side. You've got a few injury problems as well, though, USA. I don't know that McKinney's going to make it, and I don't know that Dest is going to make it. If that's a USA without McKinney and without Dest, I don't know. You've got there's some good Welsh players as well. Moore, for example, up front, he's a real problem at the moment. He's a real problem. I've seen them already talking about him, highlighting him as someone that they're aware that could really hurt them. Kiefer Moore, main striker, plays for Bournemouth. He's doing really well. He's on form. 30. Expected to be up front. Dan James is going to have some incredible pace. Gareth Bale is the star man, and Kiefer Moore is their main striker. Yeah. I don't know. It's really going to depend what team USA put out. I feel like USA at full strength are probably favourites against Wales, but there are some injury concerns. So, I don't know. I could see it being a quite tight, niggly affair, and it ended in a draw. Alex said, do you think England can win? I think they can get through the group. I'm not sure they can win the World Cup because I think Brazil, Argentina are ahead. I think France on their day can always implode. France are a bit like PSG, just stack full of players, but PSG have never won the Champions League. And I feel that France are very similar, stacked full of players, but they don't always gel. If it was England, France, I would, of course, be thinking, well, this is probably end of the road for England. But I would not be like completely down on it because I think that England would have a good chance against France. France implode. We had a look at their last 6 results. France's last 6 games, they won 1. So you can get kind of carried away in the name, of a country, their reputation, more so than their actual output. And so, yeah, it's Brazil and Argentina that worry me as an England fan. But obviously, we've got a long way to go. We'll take it a game at a time. England just need to get a positive result, ideally 3 points against Iran, because it's not going to get easier. Iran is the lowest ranked team in this group. So need to get a result there. England will be aware of that. No excuses. We should be beating Iran. They're going to be defensively horrific. Trying to break them down is going to be so hard. I would expect England to have a lot of the ball. I expect England to be frustrated a lot. If they can get an early goal, that could be massive for England. They need to come out and that's the best time, really. Come out and just smash Iran. Just come out and go out. And very similar to what Ecuador just did. They came out and just smashed Qatar. Really bullied them around for that first 15 minutes. Got themselves the lead with the penalty. And then, obviously, was able to find another goal after 31 minutes. And really at 2-0, this was always going to be a mountain. I think England are going to have to do something similar. Millennial, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. David said of France without Benzema is beatable. Right, we are done, my friends. Not going to worry about the fantasy game at this point, just because we've only had one game that's been played, and I doubt anyone had Ecuador or Qatari players, so I don't think there's going to be much to look at from a fantasy point of view. But we are back tomorrow. The next game that we are watching is, I believe, England against Iran in the morning. It doesn't feel like it's England tomorrow. Like the countdown has been so quick to this World Cup. It doesn't feel like tomorrow is England or tomorrow is USA or tomorrow is Wales, but it's all happening tomorrow. So make sure that you join us for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. So we are starting early. We're starting at 11:30 in the morning, UK time. So if you're on a lunch break or whatever, you can pop in, say hello. If you are in America, Eastern time, that's going to be 6:30 in the morning. So just as you're getting up, we will be live. So England versus Iran in the morning. Then as we move into the afternoon, we got Senegal versus Netherlands. And then as we go into early evening, that's when we get the main event, USA against Wales. I mean, obviously the main event for me is probably the England game, but that is on super early. So yeah, we've got 3 games tomorrow. And then, of course, Raw on the night as well. Right, guys, lots of World Cup action. I'm going to go off and have something to eat, do even more research. Really want to say a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I really hope you enjoyed this first game. I think you got a flavour, a taste of what to expect from this World Cup. And, in that first half, there's going to be lots of fun games, lots of controversial moments. And I can't wait, man. I can't wait. It's going to be so good. Appreciate the support. Have a good day, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.